Members will take their seats. Visitors will retire from the chamber. The Sergeant at Arms will close the doors. Members and visitors will please silence all electronic devices. Today's prayer will be offered by Representative Warren. Members and visitors in the gallery will please stand for the prayer and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Warren, gentleman, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From my favorite Psalm 86. Bow down thy ear, O Lord, and hear me, for I am poor and needy. Dear Lord, please help us to remember that in times of trouble, fear, and uncertainty, you are always with us, that you are our strength. Help us to realize when we are relying on ourselves and call us back to you. Remind us that we must do your bidding in these positions of responsibility that you have called us into and we have gladly accepted. Open our eyes to see the opportunity you have given us to help others. Help us to see the potential in each other and give us the maturity to work together in servitude for others, as you have positioned us to do. Help us to see each other as one of your creations, so we might recognize our similarities and not the distraction of our differences, that we might demonstrate the agape love for one another that will empower us to overcome our human weaknesses and work together, strengthened by your eternal patience and undying love for us. This we humbly ask. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Cotham, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, the journal for May 6 has been examined and found to be correct. I move that it be approved as written.
Representative Cotham has moved that the journal for May 6 be approved as written. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the journal is approved as written. Members, we've got a couple courtesies of the gallery the chair will go ahead and take up. Upon motion of the members from Pitt, Representatives Brown and Reeder, and upon motion of Representative Moss of Richmond County and Representative Dixon of Duplin County and all the members of the General Assembly, Chair is happy to extend the courtesies of the gallery to Carlton Dawson with the Eastern North Carolina Fox Hunter Association and all of the conservationists with us today in their gallery in orange hats or orange shirts. If you will stand so we can recognize you all today. Thank you for being with us. Upon motion of Representative Zinger of Forsyth County, the chair is happy to extend the courtesies of the gallery to Classical Conversations of Bermuda Run Homeschool Group. If you're with us today, if you will, stand so we can recognize you. It looks like they're not in here yet. We'll come back to them momentarily when Representative Zinger can get them in today. Full house today. Glad we have everybody with us. Members, we'll go ahead and go into the calendar now. And the chair is going to begin House Bill 305. Clerk will read.
Representative Bluss, House Bill 305, a bill to be entitled Guilford County Sales Tax Distribution Modifications. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Guilford, Representative Bluss, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a very simple bill that slightly alters the allocation of the sales tax in Guilford County only. As you all are probably familiar with, there's two methods to allocate the local portion of sales tax in North Carolina. There's the ad valorem method that allocates to subunits and within a county based upon the value of the property. And there's the per capita method that is based upon the number of people. There's 51 counties that follow the per capita method. There's 49 that follow ad valorem. Guilford, about 20 years ago, switched to ad valorem. This bill would allow this tiny town of Stokesdale in the far northwest corner of Guilford to get 1/4 of what it would get per capita. We're talking about very small amounts given the size of Guilford County. According to fiscal research, this will be about $400,000. Little more than half would come from the county share. There's 2 large cities in Guilford, Greensboro and High Point. Greensboro's share would be 33% and High Point's about 11%. And of course, though they are opposing, this bill is opposed by the county commissioners and the 2 cities. But I think it's a fair thing to do to give the people that actually live there, who spend money all over the county, a tiny bit of what would be coming to them. It is, before I told them I'd run the bill, I told them they had to get Senator Berger's support because this is his district, so they tell me they do have Senator Berger on board. And I do want to just to show how negligible this is like a rounding error. The other day I went into a laundry and my bill was $8.01, so I handed him $8 and I'm fumbling in my pocket for another penny, and the guy just says, "Oh, forget it." And this would be similar, given the size, the small amounts at issue, to just spotting you a penny when you buy something. So I ask for your support. Hope you'll vote green. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guilford, Representative Quick, arise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to debate the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Again, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand in opposition to the bill, and Representative Bluss has, again, as an honest reporter, said that the City of Greensboro, City of High Point, and the Guilford County Commission, the governing body of Guilford County, are all against the bill. Representative Bluss said that this amounts financially to a rounding error, and that may be true, but it's not the amount, it's the precedence that this would set. Representative Dixon, you would appreciate, I don't know the legal talk, but in agriculture, I've learned something from you. This is the equivalent of eating from the trough without throwing in any slop. The city of Stokesdale would not be contributing, but they would come to the trough and be able to eat. And again, for the residents of Guilford County who live in Stokesdale, a wonderful community of about 6,000 persons. But this would set a dangerous precedent for us, and for those reasons, I would ask you to vote no on this bill.
For what purpose does the lady from New Hanover, Representative Butler, arise?
Debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
I am informed that the entire budget for Stokesdale on an annual basis is approximately $1.2 million. They stand to gain $400,000, a full third of their entire budget. So it is hardly a rounding error. And while I really like the slop and trough analogy, it's the cake and eat it too analogy. This is absolutely unfair. And if they get this preferential treatment, watch out, because every municipality is coming for the sales tax, even though they don't tax.
For what purpose does the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, arise?
To briefly debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I can't top the previous 2 speakers in terms of their explanations of what this could mean, but this is a terrible bill, a terrible precedent. Our Guilford County Commissioners are opposed to it, the municipalities are opposed to it. Please vote no.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 305 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Jones, aye. Gillespie, aye. Is Representative Reeves on the floor? No. Clerk will light machine and record the vote. 54 having voted in the affirmative, 57 in the negative. House Bill 305 has failed its second reading. We place on the unfavorable calendar. House Bill 4, the clerk will read.
Representatives Kidwell, Cairns, Biggs, and Paré. House Bill 4, a bill to be entitled Sam's Law, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Beaufort, Representative Kidwell, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, fellow representatives. Sam's Law has passed this chamber several times, and we keep sending it over to the Senate, where we're going to continue that effort. My understanding is this year they may be a little bit more open to it. What Sam's Law does is requires our local schools, if they have a child who is subject to things like epilepsy or having situations with diabetes, to have a plan and a person in place to deal with that. The training on the epileptic situation would be a video that takes about 20 minutes that the teacher responsible for that student or coaches would be responsible to view that video and have an understanding of it. This is named after Sam Rose Davis, who fell over, ended up, it was a heart attack that was onset to the understanding of the medical world by her epileptic situation. And there didn't seem to be anybody there to understand how to deal with it. Unfortunately, later that day, she passed away from that. That's why it's called Sam's Law in her honor. I appreciate your green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 4 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Gillespie, aye. Jones, aye. Brendan Jones, that is. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 112 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 4 having passed its second reading without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The question for the House is the passage of House Bill 4 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 4, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Duplin, Representative Dixon, arise?
For a point of privilege.
Gentleman is recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd just like to make a comment, if I could, about our friends that have come to visit with us today in the gallery. I have some very fond memories from many, many years ago when I finally was able to persuade my grandmother to let me go out hunting. It was one of the highlights of my life. This is a heritage that faces a lot of challenges today with the expansion of our towns and cities and the expansion into non-urban areas. But I can testify to you from personal experience that it is a heritage that is well worth preserving. Many of the agreements that took place way back then with folks being able to share their land and their woods lands with those who wanted to harvest, many times for food that was actually consumed, is a heritage that I hope that we can preserve for some time. And so I just wanted to put in a plug for the fellas and the gals that are here today that have taken off from their busy schedules of getting their crops in the field to come up and visit us in the legislature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Dixon. We'll go back to the calendar now. House Bill 81, clerk will read.
Representatives Loftus, Warren, Echeverria, and Almond. House Bill 81, a bill to be entitled Restrict Use of Vehicle Telematics. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Gaston, Representative Loftus, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has to do with the privacy of the motoring public. I was made aware that information was being gathered through apps on a driver's phone that listed quick starts, quick stops, rounding curves at a high rate of speed, and it was pinpointed down to every 15 seconds. This large insurance provider was gathering data on about 45 million drivers. What this bill does, it protects the citizen by you having to opt in to provide that telematics, which is the information from your car, and it gives you the option to opt out where that information would not be gathered. And it impacts only when you renewed your policy. They would take that information and make adjustments to your policy amount based on risk. I ask for your green vote to protect the privacy of the driving public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Lenore, Representative Humphrey, rise.
To debate the bill.
Gentleman is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I'm an insurance chairman. I've been selling insurance for a long time. This bill does none of what he says. My company has an app that you have to download. They don't make you download. You get a discount if you do, but they don't take your information. I mean, they do take information, and they use it to give you back discounts, to help take care of safety issues, a whole lot of different things. I hate to stand on the floor and debate my colleague on this, but it came through my committee. I was new. I voted against it in committee. I spoke against it in caucus. I don't like this bill. It really does nothing. It's a nothing burger bill, so I ask you to vote no. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Gaston, Representative Loftus, rise.
Speak on the bill, second time.
Gentleman is recognized to debate the bill a second time.
This whole bill came from a lawsuit in Texas that was filed by the Attorney General, that it was discovered that this was happening. And it was discovered that this insurance provider was even partnering with apps that included Routely, that included Gas Buddy, that included several other apps that they purchased for millions of dollars. So when folks inadvertently just loaded the app, it would feed that information to the insurance provider. So this is not a frivolous bill. It is an actual lawsuit filed in Texas that they are pursuing unfair claims against citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Lenore, Representative Humphrey, rise.
Speak on the bill a second time.
Gentleman is recognized to debate the bill a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a bad bill. It's a bad bill. I wish my colleague had consulted me about the bill before he filed it, and he did. And I've asked him, and I've spoke against it. He still didn't come to me and ask me to work on the bill. I want to work on it. I want to make it right and help consumers, but this bill does none of that. It's a Fox News article that somebody saw, and they wanted to take it and run with it in North Carolina. If it was that bad in North Carolina, the Attorney General would file a lawsuit. You've got to opt in. It's totally voluntary. And telematics are used in everything we do. I won't dispute that. I use my apps all the time. But anyway, I ask you to vote no. Thank you.
For what purpose, the lady from Wake, Representative Von Haven, rise.
Question for the bill sponsor.
Representative Loftus, does the gentleman yield to a question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
He yields.
Thank you. I had a question about Section 3, cyber stalking. Does this add insurance companies to the definition of a cyber stalker?
There was a provision that we had to readjust in order for Highway Patrol and law enforcement folks to be able to use telematics in solving cases. So it does not add cyber stalking, to my knowledge, to that.
Follow up?
The gentleman yield to an additional question.
Yes.
He yields.
So I'm sorry, can you just explain that? How does this change? Under cyber stalking, it says it's unlawful for a person to, and then it says an insurance institution or agent that collects, receives, shares, or otherwise uses vehicle telematics. Is that now considered cyber stalking?
That is a part of the overall, that it would gather this information, and that's without your knowledge as a driver. And then they would take that information when your policy came up for renewal. They would use all of that telematics, fast starts. Even if you ride a bus, if you ride a Lyft, these are apps coming from your phone. So if your Lyft driver drives for NASCAR, you're going to get credited for fast stops, fast starts, crazy driving. So all of this had to do with cyber stalking, certainly without your knowledge.
Members, the chair is going to displace the bill momentarily. We're going to move on to House Bill 94. Clerk will read.
Representatives Paré, Goodwin, Balcom, Chester, House Bill 94, a bill to be entitled Disabled Veteran Homestead Exclusion Pre-Qualification, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Lady from Wake, Representative Bray, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill passed unanimously last session. What it would do is it would allow a disabled veteran to pre-qualify for their property tax homestead exemption in advance of purchasing their primary residence. This will streamline the process, and it may aid a lender in determining payment calculations and perhaps facilitate the purchase of the home. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 94 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Colvin, gentleman wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 112 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 94 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 94 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 94, having passed its third reading, will be sent to the Senate via special message. And Mr. Clerk, the Chair is going to get an order that all bills that pass out of the House today be sent to the Senate via special messenger. For what purpose the gentleman person, Representative Jeffers, arise?
A quick moment of personal privilege, please.
The gentleman's recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say this before they get out of here because we may go long today. But unlike Representative Dixon, my grandmother would not give me permission to go dog hunting. I could go hunting with my uncle and grandfather, but she would not give me permission to go dog hunting. But as soon as I became 18, I started going dog hunting. At 20, my buddy and I first got our first 3 July Walker hounds, and I've owned and still own dogs ever since, and president of my hunting club for the last 15 years. So I just like to see the sea of orange up here. Thank you all for taking an interest in advocating, and if I was back home in Percy County, I would be saying you all are pouring the coal to them, and I thank you for it.
Thank you, Representative Jeffers. House Bill 283, the clerk will read.
Representative Reeves, Bell, Ross, and T. Brown, House Bill 283, an act to be entitled Small Businesses Investment Grant Program, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had some good hearings on this, good discussions. I'm happy to answer any questions, but listening to learned counsel, I'm thinking all I'm going to ask you to do is to vote green, please.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 283 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representatives Shepard, Abe Jones, Belk, do the members wish to be recorded? Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 109 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. House Bill 283 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 283 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 283, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 297, the clerk will read.
Representatives Belk, Carney, White, and Lambeth, House Bill 297, a bill to be entitled Breast Cancer Prevention Imaging Parity, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Belk, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I say that I did want to vote yes on that 283?
The lady will be so recorded. Is the lady wish to debate House Bill 297? Chair,
I do.
Assume. The lady is so recognized.
We are all familiar with mammograms and how important they are to detect breast cancer. But people who have survived breast cancer or have other major risks need to have and get more precise ultrasound or breast MRI tests for effective screening. Right now, some patients are forgoing those medically necessary tests because of copays that vary depending on where you are from $250 to $1,200. The diagnostic parity bill makes it so that all patients in North Carolina can get their preventative screening with the same cost-sharing arrangement. We have heard this bill 3 times, and we have passed it except for one nay bill unanimously. So I ask you to please have your green vote. This is a very important bill for the women of North Carolina. Thank you.
The lady from Henderson, Representative Balkum, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to say that the Women's Caucus fully supports this bill, and thank you to all the bill sponsors who put forth the bill. Thank you.
The lady from Surrey, Representative Stevens, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you would think as a breast cancer survivor I would support this bill. But this increases our health care costs because it increases our insurance costs. So I'm afraid I can't do this. This is always one of those, we put an extra burden on the insurance company. Anytime we're calling something parity, that means it's not exactly the same, but we want to treat it the same. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to not support this bill.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones, rise?
Speak to the bill.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the bill.
I know this is supposedly a women's issue, but I don't view it that way. I had a very, very close friend of mine who was a great lobbyist and vivacious person, and she got breast cancer and she was dead in 90 days. So it's like a thief in the night. And I think all the attention we can put on this, we should do it. It is vicious and it's it's like prostate for men. You just got to keep checking, keep checking, keep checking. So I support this bill fully. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Catawba, Representative Setzer, rise?
Speak on the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, most of you would have no idea of knowing this in no way. My mother is a 28-year breast cancer survivor, and I hope you all will fully vote for this bill. It's something that's needed, and we'll deal with the consequences later, but it is something that is desperately needed. I ask for your support.
For what purpose does the lady from Johnson, Representative White, rise?
To speak to the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that everyone in this room has known someone, has possibly lost someone to the effects of cancer. There are many types of cancer that cannot really be diagnosed early, but breast cancer can. But when you have thick tissue in your breast as opposed to what we would call normal tissue, some radiation models do not work. Give people a chance to live, because breast cancer is one of those cancers that can be cured if treated early. Please do not listen to the insurance companies on this particular bill. Thank you.
For what purpose does the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Carney, rise?
Speak to the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Well, I wasn't going to stand up, but I have to because all these lights keep going on. And until it affects you or your family, you have no idea that there is no cost that you wouldn't put forth in order to prevent a tragedy from happening. I am a victim of, I am a survivor of breast cancer. It was because that I was able to afford to have the extra step taken with the ultrasound. I could afford that. There are many, many, many young people, there are many, many middle-aged and many, many elder women that do not have that ability to pay, and therefore they don't get it, and therefore they end up with their family in a tragic situation of cost versus prevention. I ask for your support on this bill.
For what purpose, the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Cunningham, rise?
Thank you. To speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you. I wanted to rise to make a clarity because when the ACA was passed, there was an extra charge to females by insurance companies, and that was supposed to be eliminated when the ACA passed, which was years and years ago. So I would expect that that still exists, that there is no extra fees for the insurance carrier that is charged to women for preventative services. And this is preventative, and preventative is supposed to be one of the essentials that is covered. So I ask for your support for the bill.
For what purpose, the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Greenfield, rise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to say that...
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you. That preventative measures decrease health care costs. And this is a preventative measure that is very much needed. And I don't think we should be protecting the insurance companies. Preventative measures decrease health care costs. Thank you.
For what purpose, the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Belk, rise.
To speak on the bill a second time.
Please recognize to debate the bill a second time.
We do have an actuarial note that does say there is going to be a cost for this. And that cost would increase the cost for the health plan by 0.2%. I would say that considering the immense health benefits patients get from knowing that they are cancer-free or that they are treated early enough for it to save their lives, that it's worth that amount of money. With the uncertain cost of treating breast cancer, advanced breast cancer, and metastasized breast cancer, I think we will be getting a very good value for our money. And let me just add, for that being said, Representative Lambeth, and who is another co-sponsor of the bill, and I are going to be working to make sure that there is funding that will appear in the budget, well, not me as much as Representative Lambeth about the budget, but that there will be funding for that. And to also thank Representative Carney and Representative White for being co-sponsors, as well as Representative Lambeth on this bill. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Harnett, Representative Penny, arise.
Point of report. Well, I want to speak to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
This is probably going to shock you men. I'm a breast cancer survivor. In April of 21, sitting here on the floor, I scheduled it on a Thursday, went in and had my right breast removed because I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I came back, that was on a Thursday. By Monday, I was sitting here with a port in my side back here on the house floor. Twice a year, I go get a mammogram, which is a lot of fun for a man because guess what? We don't have the anatomy to do what they've got to do. So I would suggest you men here, if you've got any indication you've got a lump in your breast, go get it checked. I went, had a biopsy, and I was diagnosed with breast cancer. So I'm a breast cancer survivor, and now I have to take tamoxifen for 7 years. The good news is I have to have radiation or chemotherapy, which the tamoxifen is actually that. But I want to speak in favor of this bill, and I would ask for your support.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 297 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Paray, aye. Arp, aye. Representative Reeves, Representative Morey, the members wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative and 2 in the negative. House Bill 297 having passed its second reading without objection. Be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The question before the House is the passage of House Bill 297 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 297 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 356, the clerk will read.
Representatives Humphrey, Balcom, and Setzer. House Bill 356, a bill to be entitled Permit Trade Practices Insurance Rebates, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Lenore, Representative Humphrey, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, this may be the last time we talk about insurance, I hope, today. This bill is an agency bill. It's a companion bill over in the Senate. And basically, it will permit a licensed insurance agent to give away a country ham at Christmas time. There's some rebating stuff that's been questioned over time, and the amount of money and rebate and not money, but prizes and that sort of thing is addressed in this bill. So an agent just can't give you $250 cash to induce you to buy a policy. But this narrows all that stuff down. And anyway, appreciate your green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 356 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Parade, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. House Bill 356 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The question for the House is the passage of House Bill 356 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 356, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 364, the clerk will read.
Representatives Winslow, Chesser, Tyson, and Paré. House Bill 364, a bill to be entitled State Transportation Improvement Program, STIP, Grant Anticipation Notes, General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Franklin, Representative Winslow, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you very much, and thank you, members. So I rise today to speak on House Bill 364, the STIP plan. What this does allows us to advance projects on the STIP by local communities borrowing money. It does not reorder the projects on the STIP. It has to have LGC approval, and we have worked on all the concerns and satisfied DOT. Thank you, and I stand for any questions.
Further discussion. For what purpose does the lady from Johnston, Representative White, arise?
To ask the drafter a question.
Representative Winslow, does the gentleman yield to a question?
Yes, I do.
He yields.
Thank you. I've met with my district has a need of a widening of a road. So I have had DOT, I've been meeting with DOT now for 2 years, and we came up with an idea recently, a few months ago, and had all my team from Johnston County together. And we asked if we could get, our county commissioners decided that they might like to pay for the widening and then get reimbursed by DOT. It's on the STIP, but it's not there until the late 2020s. So what we were told by DOT is that if we did this, and if a recession occurred or something happened, and we could not meet the payment on that road construction, that it would stop, and the road construction project would move, the STIP, it would not stay in the same plan as the STIP. It could move to the late 2030s. So I'm just asking, has that been discussed with this bill? Because it does concern me if communities know that they're on the STIP, but the STIP is altered because they've started construction paid for by a third party, and then that money goes away or they don't have it, and that project stops, and they are advanced further, maybe years, and for ours it would be 10 years because we've already gone through all this. Could you talk a little bit about that? I'm not opposed to your bill. I'm actually offended that I wasn't asked to be on it, but I'm just joking, but I do want to know if you have talked about that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So yes, not every community is going to be able to do this because they need to be strong enough to weather any downturns, because if a project does get moved off and on the STIP, they're still responsible for those funds. So I don't see where we're going to have a lot of small communities taking advantage of this. And remember, LGC has to approve it also. So they're going to make sure the community is strong enough to make sure to be able to pay that bill, even if the project gets moved off the STIP.
Further discussion or debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Durham, Representative Hawkins, rise?
To ask the bill sponsor a question.
Does the gentleman yield to a question?
Yes, I do.
He yields.
Thank you for the explanation and for the clarity around LGC approval. But one of the pieces that as things move on and off the SCIF, the STIP, is the ability for those cities to have funding and have to for them to get funding, but if they're not scored or they're not moved forward, they still have that loan to pay back. How does that work? That's the first question. And so the second question is, if the project is 5 to 7 years out, and we know that costs increase over time, nothing stays the same, what's the obligation for them to have to go get more funding or depend on DOT to fill that gap? Because I think while you outline that you've satisfied a lot of DOT's concerns, and they may be able to maneuver to accommodate this, they still have concerns about that underlying premise about someone being moved on or off, and or having something that again is 5 to 7 or more years out, and then not being able to keep on with ongoing increasing cost. So if you could address those, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for the questions. So one thing that this body may not realize is that the communities can already borrow money against the STIP. What we're doing really is changing the dates so it actually helps extend out the loan payment to a future date. So right now in the STIP, you can borrow money, but it's only until the project is completed. After that, it's 12 months to pay. What we're saying is the loan will last until the end of when the funds go back onto the STIP, so that you can have a longer payment term, so that you don't get caught, having to repay the loan.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 364 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 101 having voted in the affirmative and 10 in the negative. House Bill 364 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 364 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 364, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, the chair sees a school group here with us today, up here wearing the pink shirts, and the chair's informed that these students are from Resurrection Lutheran School, 5th grade class. And we'll extend the courtesies gallery to these fine students and those with them today upon motions of the members of the Wake County. If you will, stand so we can recognize you guys today. Members, please join me in welcoming them. House Bill 515, the clerk will read.
Representatives T. Brown, Howard, Setzer, and Carney, House Bill 515, a bill to be entitled North Carolina Economic Abuse Prevention Act. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Brown, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill may look familiar to you all. It passed last session unanimously. This bill right now, our court system is set up to be able to address the physical and emotional effects of domestic violence, but what it currently cannot do is affect the financially abusive aspects of that. This bill remedies that by creating a court mechanism after a domestic violence victim has received a court order saying that they've been a victim of domestic violence, will allow them to be able to get any debt they incurred at the hands of their abuser removed from them and allow the financial institutions to go after their abuser to recoup that debt. So this bill does not apply to secure transactions, so it does not apply to a mortgage or a car loan. It does not apply to any rent-to-own companies. It does not apply to a judgment that's already been rendered, and it does not apply to any debts that have already been paid. Only new debts that are out there that you've incurred at the hands of your abuser. This bill has been workshopped with the financial institutions, the creditors bar, and several other organizations, and most importantly, You have a letter at your desk from multiple different domestic violence organizations across our state in support of this. Every single person in this room, whether you know it or not, whether they talk about it or not, has someone in your lives that has been affected by domestic violence at some point, and this bill will give them an opportunity to move forward their lives without having that burden hanging over their head from their abusers. So I would ask for your green vote today. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 515 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative White, the lady wishes to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 111 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. House Bill 515 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 515 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 515 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. For what purpose does the lady from Orange, Representative Price, rise?
Yes, I'd like to be recorded as a no on 364.
The lady will be recorded as having voted no on House Bill 364. Wait a minute. Representative Price, oh, strike that. Mr. Chair, Mr. Clerk, you got that? Okay. House Bill 520, the clerk will read.
Representatives Brody, Bell, Dahl, and Gable. House Bill 520, a bill to be entitled Abuse and Deception by Telemarketers. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Union, Representative Brody, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one that I think all of us here have participated or been part of an attempted scam. I'm very fortunate today. It's early and I've only had 6 scam calls. So I guess I feel lucky. Usually I'll hit probably 15 by the end of the day. What this bill will do is it addresses specifically what's called spoofing. Spoofing means that the number you see on your phone is not the original number that the call is coming from. And it can be just a blank number, or just a number. It couldn't be someone like I get Bank of America all the time. I don't have any accounts with them, or my healthcare company, or it can be a name of a person, and it really isn't a real person, but they're being spoofed. So what this does, it creates a criminal and civil liability for those who spoof numbers. Federal law says it's illegal to spoof numbers only if it causes some sort of scam. Only if it causes it. You have to have the cause in there. What we're saying is just the act of it will prompt this. And we're saying also that your phone number by law is now considered your personal property, subject only to the conditions that you have with your subscriber. Also, just for your information, those of you who have ever got a call and from anybody and the first thing they say is, "Can you hear me?" And if you answer yes, you've been entered into a database, and they search that database for any kind of customer breaches, etc., where they can use that yes of your voice to somehow scam your accounts or anything like that. They're really clever folks. This bill also is been vetted by the Attorney General's office, and has given his okay to pursue it. I ask you for your support. Thank
Further
you.
discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 520 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 112 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 520 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 520 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 520 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 535, the clerk will read.
Representatives Chester, Balcom, and Jackson, and Sheetzout. House Bill 547, a bill to be entitled Children's Services Protection Act. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
And Madam Clerk, Chair believes may have read the wrong title there. House Bill 535. So members, we'll temporarily displace that bill. And the clerk will read House Bill 535.
Representatives N. Jackson, Stevens, Balkum, and Biggs, House Bill 535, a bill to be entitled Title Fraud Prevention Act, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The lady from Surrey, Representative Stevens, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you heard the 4 primary sponsors of this bill, but there are 9 more sponsors of deed fraud bills. And so I would like to acknowledge them. We have Robert Reeves, Matt Winslow, Sheetselt, Rubin, Lou, Bud, Kidwell, Tyson, and Torbett. There were 5 different bills filed to attempt to deal with the deed fraud issue that became very big this year. We tried to pull together pieces from every bill. We did a little committee meeting, had everybody together. We've talked to various experts in the field, and we still have some way to go on this bill. But this bill that's before you does several things. It creates some felonies for various issues and makes it illegal and an unfair deceptive trade practice to claim that you own a property when you don't, to file a deed when you don't, to lease out a property when you don't own it. It defines certain types of instruments and requires who can actually go and file these things. An individual person can still file, but they need to prove some ID as to who they are. It also sets up a quicker method to allege that the transfer was fraudulent, and we're still working on some of the finer details of that. There is a Senate bill that does some of the same things. It does allow the Register of Deeds, it doesn't require them, but it allows the Register of Deeds to not accept a deed it believes to be fraudulent. And it requires Register of Deeds to have these go through the tax office, so the tax office can say, yes, in fact, this was the person that owns the property. So like I said, it does a tremendous number of things. It still needs work, but we are working every day. Thank you.
For what purpose, the lady from Wake, Representative Lew, rise.
To speak to the bill.
Lady's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just to give you some context, currently it's just so easy to get a deed or a deed of trust instrument to be recorded at a Register of Deeds office. Anyone can bring a piece of paper to the Register of Deeds office, and the Register of Deeds office doesn't have the obligation to check ID or anything. They basically they are obligated have to record that piece of instrument. So that opens doors to frauds. And currently, deed frauds are very prevalent across the country. There are about 10,000 deed frauds every year, and many occurring right in our state. And actually, I have personal knowledge of a few deed fraud cases right here in Wake County. And the homeowners it would cost the homeowners a lot of money to get back the properties they own, and sometimes they don't find out until several years later that their properties are under others' names. So this is a much needed legislation. I commend the efforts of all the primary sponsors on this bill, and also want to recognize the work done by the working group, including the legislators and the industry industry partners. So please vote for this bill. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin, rise.
To speak to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add my thanks to everyone who worked on the bill, and just to say the meeting that we had talking through all of these very confusing bills together, I think I came in as the least knowledgeable lawyer in the room about deed fraud. And I learned a lot in that meeting, but the other thing I would just say is I think that if people outside were watching that meeting, they would have probably, one, been very bored watching a bunch of lawyers obsess over details, but two, I think they would have been proud of the collaboration and working through a very technical, difficult problem with a lot of different opinions and getting to the bill that you have in front of you today. So I was really proud to be a part of that meeting and just wanted to say thank you to everyone who worked on it.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, rise.
Just speak to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
And and that's exactly why I'm speaking. Representative Stevens just made a joke. Is it actually me speaking? And I am actually speaking only to thank staff that worked on this bill. In our working group, one of my staff members became known as Robert's brain, and so every time we were talking, they would say, well, what does Robert think? And that's because they put a ton of work into this. And so I do want to thank my staff members who worked really, really hard on this bill. And I do want to mention, with Representative Rubin talking also, that this actually started with Judge Joe John. And it was, and so it's really cool to see this come to fruition. I agree with Representative Rubin. The work process for this was perfect. Representative Stevens did an amazing job convening all of us, keeping us in line, because it was a bunch of lawyers in the room starting to obsess about things. But again, my staff, I just wanted to thank them in particular and thank them for being the brain that I do not have. Thank you.
For what purpose, the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Cotham, rise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request to be excused from voting on this bill today.
So ordered. Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 535 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 535 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 535 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 535, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, the chair is going to take up a couple more courtesies of the gallery. As mentioned earlier, upon motion of the gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Zinger, the chair is happy to extend the courtesies of the gallery to Classical Conversations of Bermuda Run, who are here with us today. If you all will please stand so we can recognize you. Thank you for being with us today. Upon motion of the gentleman from Rutherford, Representative Scott, the chair is happy to extend the courtesies of the gallery to Paul Brentley from North Carolina Faith and Freedom Coalition and Clarence Henderson, who participated in the 1960 Woolworth sit-in. If you're with us today, if you'll stand, thank you for being with us today. Okay, members, we'll move now to House Bill 547, which was already read in and which is before the body. The gentleman from Nash, Representative Chesser, is recognized to debate. Well, strike that. Does the member wish to take up the amendment or the bill first?
I'll speak to the bill and then we'll bring up the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this bill comes as an attempt to preserve some of the service providers that we have that partner with DHHS, particularly in the foster care system and particularly group home settings. It's becoming increasingly difficult to keep these facilities open. Costs specifically for insurance are increasing exponentially year after year after year. Over half the children in these placements in the foster care system are placed in these settings. So they play a vital role in the services that we provide to the children who need them most in this state. This is not the version of the bill you guys saw last year. Thanks to the feedback from this body, it's much more narrowly tailored to ensure that we're not providing this service broad strokes. We're narrowly targeting who gets this liability protection. And to that end, there is a friendly amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Chester is recognized to send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative Chester moves to amend the bill.
Representative Chester, does the gentleman wish to debate the amendment? The gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that amendment, I'd like to thank our colleagues on the other side. Even Representative Longest found an error in my previous amendment, which actually strengthens the amendment, so I thank him for that. It was an unintended oversight on my part, and he found it and pointed it out to me. I'm thankful for that. So what we want to do with this amendment is make sure that the protections that we are providing do not apply to bad actors. They do not apply to those who carry out the assault and abuse of our youth that are entrusted in their care. And so what this amendment says is if you participate in any of those activities, you forfeit the protections provided in this provision. And with that, I would ask for your support for both the amendment and the bill.
Members, we're still on the amendment. Representative Harrison, does the lady wish to debate the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. Representative Chester, I really appreciate your work on this. I know you're trying to make it a better bill. I've been hearing from constituents and advocates who work in this area, so a caveat, this is far outside my area of expertise. While the amendment is a big improvement, there are things that could irreversibly harm children in the foster care system which don't necessarily meet the definition of abuse. Those would include placement instability, frequent or abrupt moves, inadequate supervision, children left unsupervised or placed in unsafe peer supervision, unmet medical and mental health needs, that would be delays in receiving necessary care, chemical restraint, psychotropic medicine misuse, or other low-cost behavioral interventions. I understand that Representative Chester is going to respond and say that those areas are covered in House Bill 612, which we voted on yesterday, but I still have concerns that this amendment leaves a loophole in there for protecting children. So I'm going to vote against it, and I'm sorry. I'd like to improve the bill.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nash, Representative Chester, rise?
Debate the amendment a second time.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady is right with my response. This body took that action yesterday. Thank you for that. To address those concerns, that's why they're not in this bill and not in this amendment, is because should the bill we passed yesterday become law, that provision will be handled in the oversight that we are providing to DHHS to look at placements, look at treatments, and look at those things and have oversight on those and provide guidance on that. That is why it's not addressed in this amendment. And again, I ask for your support on the amendment.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Terry Brown, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 107 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. We're now back on the bill. Further discussion or debate on the bill. For what purpose? The gentleman from Wake, Representative Longest, rise.
To briefly debate the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to, first of all, thank Representative Chester for taking my feedback onto his amendment into account. I do think that the amendment, as you know, we discussed it does cover, basically exempt from this broader prohibition a more substantial amount of abusive conduct. So I do think that amendment did improve the bill. I do still have concerns about the bill. I question whether it adequately covers the negligent supervision by providers of these services besides just the conduct of their employees. I hope that is something that the sponsor will work on in the Senate, but because he accepted my changes to the amendment, I will be voting for the bill.
For what purpose, the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, arise.
To briefly debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, again, thank you, Representative Cheshire. This is an area where we need some help. We've got foster kids living in the DSS offices in Guilford County, and I know this is happening all over the state, so I understand the problem. I'm not sure this is a solution. As it was described in J1, and I think it was on the floor today, the idea of capping insurance payouts doesn't really reduce insurance payments and doesn't make it easier and cheaper to build these. I don't think there's any evidence of that. And also the problem with capping insurance in this bill is per occurrence. So if you have an employee whom a supervisor knows sneaks out and smokes cigarettes in the stairwell, does nothing to supervise that employee, The building catches on fire, 10 kids die. There's $1 million cap per occurrence, so each family will get $100,000. That doesn't seem right. These are kids that are already abused and neglected, and these are parents who've been kept in the dark when their children are in some of these homes, and that's sort of a parental rights issue. I don't think this is a solution, and I just so appreciate Representative Chester's work on trying to make this a better situation, but I don't think this is a bill to do it, so unfortunately I will be a no. Thank you.
For what purpose does the lady from Wake, Representative Crawford, rise?
To speak to the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, want to thank Representative Chester for bringing this bill forward. We absolutely have a crisis, a foster care crisis in this state and across the country, and so I appreciate the look and the intention to ensure that we can put more providers in this space in service to minors. I do have some concerns that the bill may unintentionally create some gaps in accountability and influence how contractors may approach risk. Representative Chester and I did have that conversation earlier today, and so I appreciate very much his willingness to keep an eye on any potential unintended consequences and the continued work on this bill and in this area. I'm going to vote yes on this bill.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 547 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Purtle, aye. Representative Jackson, lady wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 100 having voted in the affirmative and 9 in the negative. House Bill 547 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 547 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 547, having passed its third reading, will be ordered engrossed and sent to the Senate. For what purpose the gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, will rise?
Be recorded as yes.
Gentleman will be, on the bill itself, yes. The gentleman will be recorded as having voted yes on House Bill 547. Members, we're going to go back to the top of the calendar now. House Budget Technical Corrections. House Bill 74. Clerk will read.
Representatives Lambeth, Arp, Strickland, and Kay Hall. House Bill 74, a bill to be entitled House Budget Technical Corrections. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Stokes, Representative Hall, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House do adopt the Senate committee substitute to House Bill 74.
The gentleman's motion is recognized, and the gentleman is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is largely the same budget technical correction bill that we passed not too long ago, and I would ask for your support today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the motion to concur with Senate Committee Substitute to House Bill 74. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 71 having voted in the affirmative and 37 in the negative. The House has concurred, and the bill will remain on the calendar. House Bill 552, the clerk will read.
Representatives Reeves, Dixon, Penny, and Jeffers, House Bill 552, a bill to be entitled Agricultural Manufacturing Economic Development. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this is another good ag bill. I've been happy to work with Representative Dixon and my other primary sponsors on this, and so before I turn you against it, please vote green.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 552 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Pray aye. Representative White, Representative Morey, Representative Reeves. Thanks, the gentleman's a yes on this one. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 109 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 552 having passed its second reading and without objection be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 552 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 552, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones, rise?
To speak to a past vote we had, I just want to make sure I was recorded as a yes on House Bill 356. Thank you.
Chair will direct the clerk to check on that and have the gentleman so recorded as he just requested. House Bill 567, the clerk will read.
Representatives Wheatley, Penny, Campbell, and Moss. House Bill 567, a bill to be entitled Ensure Access to Biomarker Testing. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Lady from Cumberland, Representative Wheatley, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, biomarker testing is an important step for diagnosing diseases such as Alzheimer's, cancer, Parkinson's, and many others. Assessing precision medicine included targeted therapies that can lead to improve survivorship, better quality of life for patients, and lead to reduced costs associated with care. This bill has insurance companies include biomarker testing in their coverage, and I ask for your support for better health outcomes and treatments for all North Carolinians. Thank you.
For what purpose, the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, rise?
To debate the bill.
Please recognize to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I love this bill, and I love that I get to stand up and speak in favor of a bill. I come from a family history of Alzheimer's. I found out, and I went to the Duke Alzheimer's Center to enter in a number of studies because of the family history. I found out that I have the biomarkers. But because I found out I had the biomarkers, I have been able to adjust my lifestyle and make the changes that will delay and perhaps prevent the onset of these horrific symptoms. So I think this is a really great bill, and I appreciate Representative Wheatley working on it. My neurologist, whom I've been working with for many years, wanted to speak at the Health Committee, and unfortunately there wasn't time because of the schedule, but he wanted to make the point that he sees a number of patients for whom his treatment strategies would change if he knew they had the biomarkers, but currently he has fights with insurance companies to cover those tests. He thinks it will help those in rural areas that are affected by the Alzheimer's disease specifically, and other neurological diseases. So I think there's a lot of support in this chamber. I won't belabor the point. This is a great bill. Please vote yes.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 567 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Rubin, aye. Representative Sauls, Representative Goodwin. Members wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative and 2 in the negative. House Bill 567 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 567 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 567, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 616, the clerk will read.
Representative Johnson, House Bill 616, a bill to be entitled Mega Sites, Select Sites Program Revisions. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentlemen wish to speak to the bill first or to the amendment?
I'll go ahead and debate the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you. This bill would expand the scope and criteria for the select site funds, and I do believe we have a friendly amendment from Representative Jones.
Representative Jones recognizes to send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative B. Jones moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This friendly amendment just sets up a standing biennial application process for communities that want to be considered for these sites. It would allow 7 new sites to be added every 2 years, 3 under 500 acres, and at least two of them to be under 100 acres. This amendment would also cap the funding analysis of $150,000 to keep it efficient. I ask for your support.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 106 having voted in the affirmative and 4 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. We are now back on the bill. Further discussion or debate. For what purpose, the gentleman from Polk, Representative Johnson, rise.
Debate the bill. I would just say this will open up great economic opportunity across the state from the east to the west, and would certainly appreciate your support on the bill. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate. Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 616 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Humphrey, aye. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 106 having voted in the affirmative and 5 in the negative. House Bill 616 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 616 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 616, having passed its third reading, will be ordered engrossed and sent to the Senate. House Bill 618, clerk will read.
Representatives Almond, Zinger, N. Jackson, and Ryan. House Bill 618, a bill to be entitled Ivermectin Access Act. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Cabarrus, Representative Almond, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to thank Representative Ryan for her support in crafting this bill during the process. I'd especially like to thank the people who have reached out to my office, whether that's through an email, a phone call, or a personal story walking in these halls. So many people have been positively affected by this medicine, and that's why I'm running this bill. Like other medications dispensed by pharmacists, including those used to treat common ailments such as allergies, muscles, joint pain, coughs, cold, flu, House Bill 618 directs the state health director to issue an order allowing pharmacists to provide ivermectin without a healthcare practitioner's prescription. Many medicines are given over the counter daily. Most allergy medications containing decongestants are available over the counter from pharmacists, and many former prescription medicines are now over the counter. Since 2000, over 30 medications have been moved from prescription to over the counter. For example, Nasonex 24 hours allergy was moved in 22. Narcan was moved over the counter in 23, as well as the birth control pill O-pill. Glice, an ivermectin lotion, is used to treat head lice, was made over the counter in 2020. Ivermectin is safe, affordable drug with minimal side effects. It was discovered in Japan in 1970. While it was originally introduced as an anti-parasitic drug, it was quickly discovered to be effective against many other diseases. Ivermectin was approved for human use in 1987. Since then, over 50 billion doses have been given worldwide. In 2015, ivermectin was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Human dosage of ivermectin have been proven to be extremely safe due to minimal interactions with other medications, and overdose typically requires consumption of large amounts of medicine. For context, the active ingredient in Tylenol, that's on the shelves everywhere you go, is the leading cause of acute liver failure in the U.S., with overdoses accounting for approximately 56,000 emergency room visits, 26,000 hospitalizations, and 500 deaths annually, based on pre-2024 data. There have been less than a dozen deaths worldwide in the past number of years attributed to ivermectin. In fact, almost all data regarding adverse reactions is due to individuals using some form of ivermectin intended for veterinary use. This year, Arkansas and Idaho joined Tennessee in approving ivermectin for over-the-counter use. 14 states currently have introduced legislation to allow ivermectin to be dispensed by pharmacists. House Bill 618 provides North Carolinians with the freedom to obtain this safe, effective, Nobel Prize-winning drug medication without incurring the cost of time and money of obtaining a prescription. Ask for your support and green vote. Thank you.
Members, there is one amendment to the bill we'll go ahead and deal with. Representative Clark is recognized to send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative Clark moves to amend the bill.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none. Strike that. The chair put the question, but the chair will allow the lady to debate it. Lady from Guilford, Representative Clark is recognized to debate the amendment.
Sir, thank you very much. This amendment changes one word, but has large impact to retain medical guidance with medical professionals. It is mind-boggling to me that here we are discussing the dispensing of ivermectin, an unproven, non-FDA approved drug in pharmacies across our state without a prescription, and protecting pharmacies from liability from whatever will happen to people who take this dangerous drug. Let's be clear, Trump, who is not a doctor or pharmacist or medical professional of any kind, touted this drug to treat COVID against the advice of scientists and medical professionals across our country. Now we have yet another conspiracy theorist leading our Department of Health and Human Services who has also no medical background or training. This bill
Mr. Speaker, point of order, please.
Gentleman may state his point of order.
Would the lady keep remarks to the amendment at hand?
Representative Clark, Chair would just ask the lady to refrain from going outside the scope of the lady's amendment as written. The lady has the floor.
Thank you, sir. My husband is a vascular surgeon. He and all medical physicians in this room and across our state had to take the Hippocratic Oath that says, in part, I will respect the hard-won scientific gains of those physicians in whose steps I walk and gladly share such knowledge as is mine with those who are to follow. I will prevent disease whenever I can, for prevention is preferable to cure. And otherwise summarized in 3 words, do no harm. Ivermectin did not decrease the occurrence of emergency department visits, hospitalizations, or death associated with COVID, according to numerous studies. 2 people in New Mexico are reported to have died due to ivermectin overdoses. It is startling to me that this bill wasn't even heard in Healthcare Committee, where many of our legislators with medical licenses and training sit.
The lady will suspend. For what purpose? The gentleman from Beaufort.
Point of order.
The gentleman's recognized and may state his point of order.
Sir, I believe we're debating the bill, not the amendment. We should be on the amendment.
Of course, we are on the amendment, Representative Clark, and Chair understands the purpose of the lady's amendment. Well, the Chair doesn't want to speak the purpose of the lady's amendment, but the lady will please remain on the subject of the amendment solely, and the lady will continue to have the floor until she does not do that, in which case she won't have the floor. Lady may continue.
Thank you, sir. I'm trying to explain the importance of medical professionals giving medical guidance such as this unsafe drug. I will end by saying and asking that I expect all medical professionals in this room to adhere to the Hippocratic Oath and vote yes to my amendment to ensure that medical advice remains with our trained medical physicians. And I urge all legislators in this room to follow suit and vote yes to my amendment. Thank you.
What purpose, the gentleman from Cabarrus, Representative Almond, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to address the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
Yes, sir. This defeats the whole point of the bill, so I'd ask you to vote no. Thank you.
What purpose, the gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, rise?
Debate the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we need to vote no on this. I will not go down the path that my colleague across the while, but we definitely don't want to talk about national quacks being wrong on medicine.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Adams, the gentleman wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 42 having voted the affirmative and 69 in the negative. The amendment fails. We're now back on the bill. Further discussion, debate on the bill. For what purpose does the lady from Durham, Representative Moria, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask the bill sponsor a question.
Representative Almond, does the gentleman yield to a question?
Sure.
He yields.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no medical background. I just sat in J3 and listened to the public address this. My question is, nowhere in here is the reason why this is coming up, for what reason ivermectin should be an over-the-counter. Is it because to treat COVID? Is this what is behind the bill? So it's more available for people with COVID to have this as an option?
So this is respond. This is a multi-purpose drug, and it's not my job to tell people how to use it. It's safe, it's effective, it helps with cost with our constituents. So, you know, I'm not here to tell people how to use it. So there's a national movement right now. 13 other states have bills going through the legislature that want to address giving medical freedom to the people to choose a safe and effective drug.
Thank you. Speak on the bill.
Ready to recognize and debate the bill.
Thank you. The FDA does not approve this for the use of COVID. And yet, in our committee, we heard 3 people testify this was a miracle cure for COVID.
Mr. Speaker.
Lady will suspend. For what purpose, the gentleman from Columbus, Representative
order.
Jones, rise. The gentleman is recognized for a point of
The
order.
gentleman just said this bill was not about COVID. It's not addressing COVID. It's about health care costs. Please keep it to what has already been discussed. We don't need to go down this road. I ask you to keep order, please, sir.
Lady will be so directed. The lady continues to have the floor.
Thank you. I'll continue with exactly what is happening with this bill, that people have won it for the purpose of COVID. The FDA knows a whole lot more than the General Assembly. And this is one bill in 8 years I've never been aware that we have presented a bill that is directing the state health director to issue a standing order to allow pharmacists to dispense a drug without a prescription. We're a General Assembly. We're not the state medical board. We're not the FDA. And here's a bill. We are mandating what the state health director do, which is contrary to the FDA approved use of a drug that came about for animals, for parasites in horses and cows, and is still the main treatment for 4-legged beings, not 2-legged beings. It was in committee. 2 of the people said, I can only get this at the Tractor Supply Company, or I can only get it from India. Doesn't that tell you something? I just think any medical professional who is a licensed doctor would not support the use of this as the bill is intended on off-label use. Please vote no against this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
Representative Bell's moved the previous question. It's a non-debatable motion. The question for the House is the Representative Bell's motion on to move the previous question. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Adams, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 67 having voted in the affirmative and 41 in the negative. The motion carries. Majority and minority leaders each have 3 minutes. The majority leader does not wish to use the 3 minutes. Representative Reeves, does the gentleman wish to debate 3 minutes or give it to someone else for 3 minutes?
I was going to give it to someone else, but I'm going to take it on this one.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Here's the short of it. People expect that we have more information than other folks do, number one. That is why some of the discussion you heard happened today. Number two, I think we should try our best to be respectful when people are debating on both sides. And I think we get a little close on these points of order. So why do I say that? Because number three, if we pretend like there's nothing outside of this building that's happening, I think we're being a little disingenuous. While I had a member arguing yesterday and then walk out of here in tears on a bill that we voted on, I saw something getting sent on social media. I won't say who it was sent by, but it was sent by an organization misstating what happened on that bill. So that's why you hear things like you hear. So when Representative Clark was giving a very impassioned and informed discussion about where she was coming from, I think that's a time where we could show a little more consideration and give a little more leeway. Mr. Speaker did a great job of ruling and asking, and so this is not directed at the Speaker, but I'm saying for those of us, sometimes folks are going to say things that we don't necessarily want to hear, but sometimes we've also got to recognize that there is a reason we have to say it, because people do believe that we have information. They do understand where the impetus sometimes comes from, and those things do have to be discussed. And I mainly wanted to speak because I don't know how much more tightly Representative Clark could have argued her point. And at some point, we got to let opposing opinions debate and argue their point. So I would ask you to vote no just merely because of this. This isn't about trusting national doctors, local doctors, or anything like that, but at some point, we got to let some folks do their jobs. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't see why I would ever want a doctor not involved really with any medicine. I could give you stories, one story that sticks in my mind in particular, of a family member who took a drug that was safe for other purposes, but really needed monitoring for the purposes that they took it, and it almost killed them. And if you haven't been in that situation, God bless you. But if you've been in that situation, it's not about whether a drug is generally safe for other purposes. But people do need us for information, and if we have people taking things for other purposes, that's why it becomes problematic. So I would ask you to vote no, not because you like one administration or another administration, not because of national politics or anything of that sort, but just saying, I really don't think there's anything wrong with somebody who's had 7 more years of school than me in a subject just saying, hey, this is a good idea. No, it's not. That's it. So please vote no.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 618 on second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. Clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 66 having voted in the affirmative and 47 in the negative. House Bill 618 having passed its second reading and without objection be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 618 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 618 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. For what purpose does Representative Reeves, the gentleman, wish to be recognized? The gentleman's lights on. House Bill 627, clerk will read.
Representatives Alston and Winslow, House Bill 627, a bill to be entitled Regulation of Accessory Dwelling Units. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The lady from Durham, Representative Alston, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this bill would allow homeowners to build accessory dwelling units by right in any residential zoning district where single-family homes are allowed to be built. There are a handful of conditions, some clarifications of local regulations, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Catawba, Representative Adams, rise?
Debate the bill.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the bill.
This is another example of applying a statewide requirement that overrules municipalities' ability to govern the needs of their citizens, and I have to oppose this bill.
For what purpose does the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I reluctantly stand up to speak against the bill for the same reasons that Representative Adams. We've been chipping away at local government authority weekly in this chamber, and I'm frustrated by it, and I think these are decisions that should be made at the local level. Thank you.
For what purpose does the lady from Durham, Representative Alston, rise?
To debate the bill a second time.
He's recognized to debate the bill a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' input on this. This does, protect the ability of homeowners to build ADUs on their property. I think the application of this bill is narrowly confined to the construction of accessory dwelling units. I think we've worked with a lot of local leaders and a lot of stakeholders, I think, to make this as carefully constructed as we can. Again, there are some conditions and again some explicit clarifications of what local governments can do and can continue to do in their regulations. So I hope you'll support the bill.
Members, the chair is going to temporarily displace the bill. We'll move now to House Bill 681. The clerk will read.
Representatives Crawford, Reeder, and Chesser. House Bill 681, a bill to be entitled Update Opioid Abatement Treatment Program Rules, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Representative Crawford, does the lady wish to take up her amendment first or speak to the bill?
I'll speak to the bill first.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this bill updates the regulations related to outpatient treatment programs for opioid use disorder. So these are programs that are specialized to provide medication-assisted treatment. Federal regulations were updated in 2023, which have not been updated since 2001. So we are seeking to get these rules updated that are more patient-centered and provide more flexible care. I appreciate my co-sponsors on this bill, Representative Chesser and Representative Reeder, and I will happily deal with the amendment now.
Representative Crawford is recognized to send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative Crawford moves to amend the bill.
Lady from Wake, Representative Crawford is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply updates the language on item number 2 in the bill. This was a great suggestion that came out of our discussion in Health Committee from Representative Campbell and Representative Ryan. I appreciate their help in getting this language perfected and ask for your support on the amendment.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Winslow, aye. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 111 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. We are now back on the bill. For what purpose, the lady from Wake, Representative Crawford Rice?
To finish speaking about this bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill a second time.
Members, now that we've made this bill perfect with the amendment, I ask for your green vote.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of House Bill 681 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 111 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 681 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 681 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 681, having passed its third reading, will be ordered engrossed and sent to the Senate. For what purpose, the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Cunningham, rise.
Inquiry of the chair, Mr. Speaker.
Lady may state her inquiry.
So we were here at 10 o'clock, and it looks like it's getting close to lunchtime. Do we have any clue at what time we're going to take our break?
As soon as we finish the remaining bills on the calendar, Chair anticipates we'll take a break at that point, and depending on what time that is, the Chair will give some guidance as to when our second session of the day will begin. I think the Chair said yesterday it would be 2. Probably going to be slightly after that at this point, but again, the Chair's goal is to get folks out here today. Ladies recognized.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. So will that lunch break be after the cafeteria closed so that I can prepare to exit this facility?
Well, I don't know if I've got the power to direct that the cafeteria stay open, but to the extent that that exists, please stay open, cafeteria. Chair will find out. Chair will find out.
Okay, real cute, Mr. Speaker.
Well,
Thank you.
As I understand it, the Republicans are going to caucus, and there's going to be lunch provided there. So I don't know if you want to talk to Representative Reeves about caucus later on. I'm sure he's got a steak dinner prepared for you all day. For what purpose? For what? I got to recognize him. I've mentioned him. For what purpose, the gentleman chat and Representative Reeves arise?
To a point of personal privilege.
The gentleman so recognized. Keep it tight.
If you guys would be kind enough to give us all that money you got, we'll provide lunch all day. Thank you.
As conservatives, we'll be eating pizza today, not spending much money. For what purpose, the lady from Wake, Representative Ball, rise?
To ask the Speaker a question.
The lady's recognized.
I have another solution. Would you all share your lunch with us? That would take care of it.
There's a couple of members I look out, I wonder if they're going to be willing to share. I'll identify those for you. They'll decide the balance of the pizza left before the end of caucus today. Yeah.
Follow up?
Ladies recognized.
Just wanted to ask. Thank you.
Chair sees some more lights on. Again, we're delaying lunch, so are there any non-lunch related points of personal privilege?
Let's end this, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose, the gentleman rather from Gaston, Representative Torben Rice?
Just to remind our folks on this side of the aisle that should they decide to sign a certain document, they too could have lunch in our caucus.
Point taken, Representative Torbett, and we will get all the pizza necessary for those who wish to join the Republican caucus. Moving on, for House Bill 727, the clerk will read.
Representatives Reeder, Blackwell, Wheatley, and Gable, House Bill 727, a bill to be entitled Marriage Family Therapy Modifications, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Senator from Onslow, Representative Gable is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Dr. Reeder for allowing me to work on this bill. He was busy yesterday, so I took over and was the deliverer in both reg reform and rules. So we went 2 for 2. We figured we'd make it 3 for 3 today. So all this bill does is makes it easier for people to obtain jobs in the family therapy and marriage counseling area in this state, so we can fill those positions. So if they're coming from another state, then they can just come right in and not have to waste any time. And I ask for everyone's green vote.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 727 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye, all opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Kidwell, aye. The clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 111 hadn't voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 727 has passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 707 on its third reading. All in favor will say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 727 has passed its third reading and will be sent to the Senate by special messenger. House Bill 851, the clerk will read.
Representatives Reeder, Miller, and Pirtle, House Bill 851, a bill to be entitled Hospital Police Officer Authority Info Access. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Pitt, Representative Reeder, you recognize to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, members of the chamber. Last year, if you recall, we passed the Hospital Violence Protection Act, which required all hospitals that have an emergency department to have a law enforcement officer. As we were working that bill, we recognized that there was a need for additional police officers at the hospitals. So this bill creates a new category called hospital police in the company police section. It gives them some additional duties to be able to protect the staff members and patients in the hospital. As I talked about last year, 92% of all non-fatal workplace injuries happen in healthcare, making healthcare a very dangerous profession. So this just updates that language and asks your support, and happy to answer questions.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 851 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye, all opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. The clerk will lock the Terry Brown, aye. The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 109 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 851 has passed its second reading without objection. Will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Further discussion or debate? The question for the House is the passage of House Bill 851 on its third reading. All in favor will say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 851 has passed its third reading and will be sent to the Senate. House Bill 795, the clerk will read.
Representatives Loftus, Almond, Davis, and Penny, House Bill 795, a bill to be entitled Increased Access for Youth and Foster Families. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Gaston, Representative Loftus, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a request coming from DHHS and different agencies that expands the opportunity for young people to be adopted in kinship and guardianship care. Currently, the window of opportunity is 13 to 18 years old. We are asking to open that window larger or more wide for 10 to 18 years old. There is no financial impact to the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 795 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 107 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 795 has passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 795 on its third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 795 has passed its third reading and will be sent to the Senate. House Bill 894, the clerk will read.
Representative Adams, House Bill 894, a bill to be entitled Gun Dealer Door Lock Exemption. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Catawba, Representative Adams, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Yes, House Bill 894, gun dealer door lock exemptions, comes from the State Fire Marshal's office. This corrects a situation that developed when a portion of the previous code sunset in January. And I'll stand for any questions.
Representative Adams is recognized to send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative Adams moves to amend the bill.
Representative Adams, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
The amendment changes the language in section 1.d, and what it does is it simply says that if a firearms dealer has a prior agreement with local fire code officials, then this bill will not apply.
Further discussion or debate? The question for the House is the passage of Amendment A1 sent forth by Representative Adams. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 108 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. The amendment is adopted. Representative Adams, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Stand for any questions.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 894 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Engrossed. Excuse me. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 108 having voted in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. House Bill 894 has passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 894 on its third reading. All in favor will vote aye. All in favor will say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 894 has passed its third reading and will be engrossed and sent to the Senate. House Bill 896, the clerk will read.
Representatives Paré and Servania, House Bill 896, a bill to be entitled Jesse's Law. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The lady from Wake, Representative Paré, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is named Jesse's Law, and it's named after a little precious 3-year-old boy who was tragically killed by his father after his mother filed for divorce. And what this bill would do is it would create the Study Committee on Domestic Violence Training Standards for professionals involved in child custody proceedings involving domestic violence and child abuse. This committee will study the need and feasibility of implementing statewide training for individuals working in or with the judicial system and child custody cases involving domestic violence and child abuse. It's a good bill. I appreciate the collaboration with Representative Servania, and I ask for your vote today. Thank you.
For what purpose does the lady from Wake, Representative Savania, arise?
To speak on the bill.
You recognize to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. First, I would want to thank Representative Paré for being lead primary sponsor on this bill and all her hard work on this. Just to give a little color and context, every year family courts in North Carolina face urgent, life-altering decisions when it comes to child custody cases. And it involves allegations of domestic violence and child abuse. They're often very complex and sensitive, and most definitely demands immediate attention. As Representative Paré has said, this was named after the memory of Jesse Ray Adams, whose life was tragically lost because of a decision that was made that could have possibly been prevented. I want to also honor his mother, Christy Melvin. She's done everything she could to raise the concerns and escalated this through her court process. The system around her, well-meaning, unfortunately didn't protect her and her family from this tragedy. It failed at the time, and Jesse's death is a stand for a call of action, and this bill answers that call. I want to say that it is a bipartisan bill, and it emphasizes that we don't necessarily mandate something today, but it creates collaboration. It brings together representatives to try to make right of what happened and make sure that this prevents other occurrences of this again. So please not only honor the child's whose voice we lost too soon, but also honor the mother's courage for creating a condition for better outcomes, for safety and healing and justice. I respectfully urge you to support this bill. Thank
Further
you.
discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 896 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye, all opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 108 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 896 has passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 896 on its third reading. All in favor will say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 896 has passed its third reading and will be sent to the Senate. House Bill 909, the clerk will read.
Representatives Reeves, Bell, Howard, and Ross. House Bill 909, a bill to be entitled State Infrastructure Board. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this creates a revolving loan fund that will actually be self-replenishing. I want to thank Chair Bell, Chair Ross, and Chair Howard for working on this bill with me. And I want to thank North Carolina Chamber. They've been very instrumental in trying to help us figure out a lot of the nuts and bolts on this, and I want to thank them for their help on that. And so we believe that this will help us with a lot of infrastructure projects. I've been very proud that the bills that we're talking about today have been bills that have not been things that are going to cost a lot in appropriations or things of that sort. And if I can have a quick moment of privilege, I also wanted to thank on our last bill, Representatives Penny and Jeffers on our ag bill. Really appreciate your work on that. And I also wanted to thank on our earlier bill, and this is what happens when I don't have my glasses, Chair Bell, again, Chair Ross, and Representative Terry Brown for an earlier bill today, and Cooper Owens and Donald Haley off of our staff, because they've really worked hard on this. I really love being able to do bills like this. This is the kind of stuff that you want to be here for. It's not partisan. It helps people have access to capital, and I think it's really going to do a lot to help move the state forward, and I'd ask for your green vote.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 909 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Terry Brown, aye. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 108 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. House Bill 909 has passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 909 on its third reading. All in favor will say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 909 has passed its third reading and will be sent to the Senate. House Bill 936, the clerk will read.
Representative Green, House Bill 936, a bill to be entitled Robocall Solicitation Modifications. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Avery, Representative Green, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was brought to us from the Department of Justice and requested by them to essentially update the telephone solicitations and unsolicited fax articles of the consumer protection statutes by bringing it into the digital age and applying the rules for telephone solicitations to robocalls, text messages, and texting applications. It would require prior express written consent to authorize any telephone solicitation or solicited fax.
It would prohibit impersonation of government officials as part of a telephone solicitation, and it would apply civil penalties for each violation within a single telephone solicitation. And I also have a clarifying amendment.
The gentleman is recognized to send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative Green moves to amend the bill.
Representative Green, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Yes, the amendment would clarify a little bit one of the provisions here, and that is about the prior express written consent that is required in this. Some stakeholders brought forward some concerns yesterday in some of the committees, and this has been worked through with the stakeholders. This bill has the, well, I'll come back to that. So that I would ask for your favorable support of the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion and debate on the amendment. Hearing none, the question for the House is the passage of Amendment A1 sent forward by Representative Green. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative, none in the negative. The amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, arise?
To ask the bill sponsor a question.
Do you yield?
I do.
He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Green, for this bill. Just to clarify, as I understand it, if you are on the do not call list, and we do not have a do not text list, right? Do we have a do not text list?
I don't think there's a separate do not text list, to my knowledge.
Thank you. If I recall, a follow-up. If I recall correctly, there are exemptions to the do not call list, and one of which is for political solicitations or efforts. Does this bill address that at all for individuals who are on the do not call list that get these robocalls from campaigns?
It does, and essentially it brings those same exemptions forward from the prior law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
So it doesn't require them to comply with the do not call registry. They're still exempt.
To my understanding, yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 936 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 936 has passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 936 on its third reading. All in favor will say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 936 has passed its third reading and will be sent to the Senate engrossed. House Bill 953, the clerk will read.
Representatives Budd, Carson Smith, and T. Brown. House Bill 953, a bill to be entitled Study Committee on Assistant District Attorney, Assistant Public Defender, Private Assigned Counsel Pay. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Who's handling this bill?
I am, sir. I was just making eye contact with Representative Smith over there.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the screen for my contact. The lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Budd, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you. So, members, this is yet another study committee, but this one actually is for the benefit of our public servants who serve us in the prosecutor's office as well as our public defender's office. The point of this committee is to look at how we compensate those attorneys who serve us in the cities as well as in the rural areas. Cities have issues with cost of living and that the state does not pay enough for an attorney to move there and practice in the prosecutor's office or with the public defender's office. Rural areas have the opposite problem, and that is recruitment and retention because it is a rural area. So what this committee will do is it will consist of members from the DA's conference, thank you for your help on this bill. The Indigent Defense Services, the North Carolina Supreme Court, there'll be members appointed by the House and Senate and the Bar Association to study pay models across the United States and in other organizations such as the U.S. military and the U.S. Attorney's Office and how they compensate their prosecutors and defenders. With that, I'll stand with any questions.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rowan, Representative Warren, arise?
Let's see if the bill sponsor.
Do you yield, Representative Budd?
Yes.
She yields.
I apologize. I haven't had time to read the entire bill. Does it address staffing issues as well? Because my understanding is the staffing formula is kind of antiquated.
The staffing is antiquated. So what it will do is it'll assess the pay models, pay structures within for the assistant district attorneys, the assistant public defenders, and privately assigned counsel. It does not study staffing issues within those offices, but those would certainly be relevant to determining any outcome and proposed solutions.
Follow up?
Yes, I'd just like to clarify my question in case I didn't ask it correctly. Does it study the amount or number of ADAs that would be required in a particular district?
It does not specifically call for that, but should the committee determine that that is a relevant factor with respect to recruitment and retention, certainly that would be something I would ask they would consider.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 953 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 109 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 953 has passed its second reading without objection. Will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones, arise?
Actually, I was trying to make sure my vote on the previous bill 936 have been recorded, so I can do that later.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
The question before the House is the passage of House Bill 953 on its third reading. All in favor will say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 953 has passed its third reading and will be sent to the Senate. Representative Jones.
Now I want to
Yes,
tend
sir.
to that 936. Just to make sure I'm recorded as a yes on 936. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So ordered. House Bill 992, the clerk will read.
Representatives Cairns, Tyson, Ross, and Winslow, House Bill 992, a bill to be entitled Timeshare Foreclosures. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The lady from Carteret, Representative Carnes, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 992 creates a new foreclosure process for delinquent timeshare assessments in North Carolina, establishing a more efficient and less expensive process, allowing for bulk filings, for example, while keeping due process protection for the owners. This legislation is the result of a 2-year collaborative effort among the various practitioners and associations. Protections for the owners include an ability to object to this simplified process for any reason, thereby requiring the traditional judicial foreclosure process. But if there is no objection to this process, they will be essentially freed from the debts secured by the lien, but they would receive any surplus, if some remains, from any sale of the timeshare. This legislation will be extremely helpful for folks across the state, and I would very much appreciate your green vote.
Other discussion or debate? For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Longest, rise?
To briefly debate the bill.
Gentleman recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, I just want to raise two points about this bill that are very positive from a consumer protection angle. First, the non-judicial foreclosure process does permit, basically prohibit a deficiency judgment. That is where the sale of the timeshare does not fully cover the debts of the owner. That is not something that is currently available under a judicial foreclosure process. And second, the bill still allows the owner to avail themselves of the judicial foreclosure process if they so choose. Therefore, I commend the bill to you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 992 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 992 having passed its second reading. Without objection, we read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 992 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 992, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, we're going to go at ease just momentarily, just for a couple of minutes. Don't leave. The House is going to recess here momentarily, and we'll plan to come back at 2:30, which should give members adequate time to go get food. Chair anticipates during the recess the bills that were on the rules calendar and voted on this morning in the Rules Committee will be added to the calendar for the 2:30 p.m. session. If there are any additional bills to be added that were not in rules, Chair will give Minority Leader a heads up and give the Minority Leader adequate time to take a look at those. But Chair doesn't anticipate many of those. There may be one or so, but Chair will get with Representative Reeves on it. Members, what person is the gentleman from Chatham? Representative Reeves rise.
A quick announcement.
Gentleman's recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats caucusing, as soon as we go on break, it'll be as short as you make it. Thank you.
Members, the Chair understands the House Republicans will caucus in room 1228 immediately after session. There should be food provided, so don't go get your own food unless you don't like pizza. Any further notices, announcements before the House goes into recess? Seeing none, the House is now in recess until 2:30 p.m. today, subject to the standard stipulations set forth in Rule 15.1 and modifications to the calendar. Back to order. Members, the chair will give members a few seconds to get back into the chamber. If the sergeant at arms wishes to open any other doors and maybe let folks out in the hallway, members in the hallway know the House is back in session. While members are coming back in, we'll go ahead and recognize our pages today. Pages, if you will, proceed to the front of the chamber and line up in front of the dais. What purpose, the gentleman from Buncombe, Representative Turner, rise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend Rule 12H.
Well, the gentleman was recognized to state his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to suspend Rule 12H, please. It's warm in the back corner.
It looks like the member's already suspended the rule in the back corner today. It's out of order. The sergeant at arms will put the jacket back on the member. So the rule will be so suspended, so the member may go ahead and remove his coat today. Pages don't learn any lessons from Representative Turner today about the dress code. Madam Clerk, if you will, tell us who our pages are.
Rain Bookhart, Wake County, sponsor, Representative Brian Turner. Nicholas Casares, Wayne County, sponsor, Representative John R. Bell IV. Bridget Gaffney, Union County, sponsor, Speaker Destin Hall. Madeline Gilmore, Lenore County, sponsor, Speaker Destin Hall. Van Helms, Union County, sponsor, Representative Mark Brody. Garrett Hughes, Wayne County, sponsor, Representative R. John Bell IV. Amy Hutchinson, Forsyth County, sponsor, Representative Jeff Singer. Emily Kemp, Johnston County, sponsor, Representative Sarah Stevens. Isabel Larson, Iredell County, sponsor, Representative Mitchell S. Setzer. Margaret Newsom, Pitt County, sponsor, Representative Glorstein Brown. Vivian Owens, Wake County, sponsor, Phil Rubin. Tessa Rosania, Carteret County, sponsor, Representative Celeste C. Cairns. Tucker Smith, Wake County, sponsor, Representative Tricia Ann Cotham. Caleb Stilwell, Cherokee County, sponsor, Representative Carl E. Gillespie. Lily Stringer, Duplin County, sponsor, Speaker Destin Hall. Ethan Tomko, Mecklenburg County, sponsor, Representative Beth Helfrich.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The chair will point out that Mr. Van Helms, who's right here in front of me, is the grandson of Representative Mark Brody. He's got to see his grandfather in action all week this week, along with the rest of the pages. You all got your money's worth this week, being here at Crossover. You got to see a lot of debate, so we hope you enjoyed it, hope you learned something, and if we can do anything to help you, please let us know. Members, if you will, please join me in thanking our pages for their service this week. And pages, you can go ahead and return to your post. Members, one matter of housekeeping. Representative Stevens has requested to change her vote on House Bill 297 from no to yes, and without objection, so ordered. House Bill 150, the clerk will read.
Representative Johnson, House Bill 150, a bill to be entitled Expedite Surplus Property, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Polk, Representative Johnson is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would just allow the state to accept surplus property from the federal government for educational and public safety purposes. Appreciate your green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 150 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Gillespie, aye. Chair will hold it open just for a few seconds while members get back into the chamber. Campbell, aye. Paray, aye. Jones, aye. Bell, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 113 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 150 having passed its second reading without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 150 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 150 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 183, the clerk will read.
Representative Clampett, House Bill 183, a bill to be entitled Lake Glenville Restrict Wake Surfing, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Representative Gillespie, the gentleman want to displace this bill or speak to the amendment or speak to the bill?
Amendment first, please.
Representative Gillespie is recognized to send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative Gillespie moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman from Macon, Representative Gillespie is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the amendment does is change the footage from 500 to 200. I ask for your green vote.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representatives Lambeth and Arp. Jones, aye. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 113 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. We're back on the bill. Representative Gillespie, the gentleman is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a local bill that pertains to Lake Glenville in Jackson County that prohibits the use of wake boats less than 200 feet from the shore. I'd ask for your support, and Representative Clampett would really ask for your support.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 183 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Brisson, aye. Jones, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 111 having voted in the affirmative and 3 in the negative. House Bill 183 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 183 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 183 having passed its third reading will be ordered engrossed and sent to the Senate. House Bill 185, clerk will read.
Representative Clampett, House Bill 185, a bill to be entitled Transylvania Rural Development Authority, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Macon, Representative Gillespie, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply is an act to establish the Rural Development Authority in Transylvania County. I ask for your support.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 185 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Colvin, gentleman wish to be recorded. Clerk will allot machine to record the vote. 113 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. House Bill 185 having passed its second reading without objection be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Required support of the House is the passage of House Bill 185 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 185, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, the chair is going to momentarily skip over House Bill 188. We'll move now to House Bill 214. The clerk will read.
Representatives Riddell, Bell, Loftus, and Echeverria, House Bill 214, a bill to be entitled Faithful Article 5 Commissioner Act, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Alamance, Representative Riddell, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, what you have before you is Faithful Article 5 Commissioner Act. In our Constitution, there are two paths to make amendments to the Constitution. The first one, and one used mostly through our nation's history, is Congress proposes an amendment. It goes out to all the states. If 3/4 of the states, that would be 38 today, approve of the amendment, and it becomes part of the Constitution as if it were part of the original law. Well, there's also a second means, a second path of making amendments. It's not something gets a lot of attention these days, but it needs to, because the founders put in place what they called a what they did was create a path for the states to be able to offer amendments. They would propose a convention to propose amendments. Now, get the language straight. It's not a convention that makes amendments. It's not a convention that produces amendments that are immediately become law, but simply a convention to come up with amendments, proposals. Those proposals then would go to the states, and if 38 states, 3/4, approve of the amendment, then it becomes part of the amendment, part of the Constitution, as if it were an original document. So what we have in North Carolina, and we have done, is years past, we have approved various conventions of the states. The most recent one being last year, when a proposal came out from the House and the Senate to enact term limits on federal officers. Now, we've already been down this road of doing the Article 5 convention, and it's been worked successfully. It's worked the way the founders determined it should. Where we are now with the Article 5 Faithful Commissioner Act is we have no guidelines for who's a commissioner, how do you become a commissioner, how do you become a part of this Convention of States proposal. So what is in this bill are simply a collection of guidelines. I went to other states and looked at what they had done, what they had brought into their state for this preparation to become part of a Convention of States. So that's what you have in this bill. It gives some stipulations as to qualifications to be a commissioner, how it goes about. There's a oath that is taken to prevent anybody from going astray in the Convention of States, and some other matters. And what I would ask is for you looked it over, you think it's a good bill, I appreciate your green vote.
For what purpose the gentleman from Beaufort, Representative Kidwell, arise?
Speak on the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow representatives, the current Constitution has been in effect since 1789. 1787 is the last constitutional convention that was convened. There have been no additional constitutional conventions under Article 5. There have been meetings of states, there's been ideas, but we've not had a convention. We've amended the Constitution after the first 10. We're now at number 27, I believe. We've amended it 17 times since the original. Some of those took quite some time to actually get passed. Herein lies the problem. When we talk about binding a delegate, Article 5 of the Constitution outlines the conventions. It's 143 words. It does not say even who the delegates might be. Congress in 1921 wrote their own book on how this would happen. And I can assure you it still sits on the shelf up in Congress waiting for them to have the opportunity to amend or radically rewrite the current Constitution. As far as binding somebody, Chief Justice Warren Burger, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States said, and I'm quoting, "Nobody tells a constitutional convention what to do. Its power to propose amendments are unlimited." I think he probably knew the Constitution better than any of us in this room. So for you to think that we can send somebody to Washington, D.C., or wherever this convention ends up being, because that's not defined either, and that you can bind them to a certain set of ideas and rules, no, you cannot. Look at Article 5, guys. You could read it before we take the vote. 143 words. Blow it up to a 16 font, doesn't even take up a full page, and I can tell you I can read that in less than 2 minutes. I encourage you, do not convene a constitutional convention. Don't
Mr.
attempt
Speaker?
to do it.
1 second, Representative Kidwell. For what purpose, the gentleman from Guilford, Representative Blusterize.
See if Representative Kidwell will yield to a question.
Representative Kidwell, gentleman yield.
I yield.
He yields.
Representative Kidwell, I'm just wondering, I don't know myself. I've heard what Justice Berger has said. I've heard that before. Was that said, written in a specific Supreme Court opinion, or was that just something he said in a speech?
Representative Bluss, I wish I knew the answer to that. I can only tell you it was his words. I don't think that we actually have faced, that I'm aware of, and I'm not an attorney, let's start with that. I am not aware of any cases where there has been a contest of whether or not a constitutional convention could, should, or would be convened. So I don't believe that that would have been in a court ruling. I think it would have been his opinion, just like Anton Scalia's opinion, who was another very learned attorney, and he felt it was one of the largest dangers to this country. In fact, his words were, "This isn't the century to do a constitutional convention." So I'll speak to that more later because there's another bill coming in reference to that. But again, I'm going to go back to, there is nowhere in the Constitution that says you can bind a delegate. I think everybody in this room has been to a convention at some point or another. Once they figure out that they have a quorum, that they have the set number of delegates in that room, the first piece of business is to take the proposed rules and decide whether or not they're going to abide, adopt, void, or rewrite those rules. Have you been to those conventions? They hand you a rule book, and you decide right then and there, are we abiding by these rules? Or somebody can stand up and say, "Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we throw that rule book in the trash and start over." You cannot prevent that. When you give them the power to go amend this document, it is not a limited power. It is unlimited. I'll speak again more to that later. I encourage you, do not open this Constitution to a rewrite, because when you do that, you might not be happy with what comes back. You think you're unhappy now? And I'll turn to the folks on this side. You'll be way less happy if they change substantially what we do. We'll talk more about the actual document itself in the next bill. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Wake, Representative Sheets, will rise.
To speak to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the body for your consideration. Just want to respond to a couple of comments that were just made. Again, I think a lot of this will come up when we debate the resolution that follows. But regarding the font of power for the states to bind their delegates, respectfully, I disagree with my colleague that there's no power among this body to do this. And I'll specifically direct you to the 10th Amendment, which states that if the federal government has not been delegated the authority to do something, and it hasn't been expressly restricted to the states or prohibited to the states, that the state has the authority to do it. Now, the gentleman says, well, you may not like what comes back. They may throw the rule book out. That's true. There are other checks on that. We still have to have 38 states that would ratify whatever came out of that convention. We'll get into that later, but just specifically the constitutional source of the authority to do what this bill proposes to do is the 10th Amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 214 on second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 61 having voted in the affirmative, 53 in the negative. House Bill 214 having passed its second reading. Without objection, will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 214 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 214 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Joint Resolution 379. Clerk will read.
Representatives Riddell, Setzer, Blust, and Sheetselt. House Joint Resolution 379, a joint resolution applying for a convention of the states. The House resolves, the Senate concurring.
The gentleman from Alamance, Representative Riddell, is recognized to debate the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, what you have before you now is the exact same resolution that was approved by this body in the 21-22 session, as well as the 23-24 session. We can make this 3 in a row tonight with your help. It establishes the path that we mentioned earlier of a convention of states to propose amendments as a way of bringing change to the federal government. You'll find that there are 3 sections or 3 segments in this proposal, this resolution, that again would impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, would also limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limit the terms of office for its officials and members of Congress. That sets the agenda for any convention of states. Thus far, 19 states have signed on to this very same wording, and that's a critical part of the Convention of States process. You have to have the same subject matter, the same wording, to reach the 34-state threshold wherein then Congress is triggered to enact a convention of the states for proposing amendments. So I want to address something that you'll hear a little bit about, maybe preemptively, about a runaway convention. There are some people who mistakenly believe that the original Constitutional Convention in 1787 was a runaway because what came out of it was a new constitution. So how do you decide if the delegates exceeded their authority or not? Well, in the words of James Madison in Federalist Essay number 40, you go and you look at the charges that they were given. You go to look at what the states told their delegates to the Philadelphia Convention that became known as the Constitutional Convention. As you look through those calls, those directions from the states, 10 of the 12 members who attended, 12 states who attended the convention in Philadelphia, had given to their delegates plenary authority to do whatever was necessary to help the exigencies of the moment, basically the crisis that they were in of having too weak of a central government. So the Convention of States and the idea of calling a Convention of States that came out of Congress tells you that this is a legitimate process. And what they did was ratified by the necessary 9 states, eventually all 13, and we became the United States of America. All right. Now, you'll hear something about a runaway convention. I don't want a runaway convention. Jay Adams, you want a runaway convention? Anybody over on that side of the aisle want a runaway convention? Anybody up in the gallery want a runaway convention? Where is this runaway convention? It ran away. There is no such thing. The convention is bounded by its own authority because its Congress is not running the Convention of States. That's the wonderful magic of it. You see, friends, we have a charge. We here serving as state legislators, we have been given a wonderful charge by our founders and by the people who sent us up here. And the charge is to help the national government stay on track. $36 trillion debt. That's what we have right now. I encourage you, it might be disheartening news, but go to thedebtclock.org and look up the debt of the national government currently right now. You'll find that it's about $36,212,437,637,000 plus change, changing every 10 minutes. Okay. We cannot continue to spend ourselves stupid like this and expect good results. There has to be a restraint upon spending from the federal government. Now, this is a bipartisan issue. This is not a Democrat issue. This is not a Republican issue. This is a bipartisan American issue. Do we spend ourselves stupid? Do we spend ourselves into such a monstrous debt that our children are left to pay it off? $36 trillion. You know, in 2020, the amount was $24 trillion. So we have added another $12 trillion in 4 years. That is unsustainable. Well, the charge we have as state legislators in Article 5 is to call the Convention of States to propose amendments to impose fiscal restraint upon the federal government, because they obviously are not going to do it themselves. But we have that power. We have that authority granted in Article 5 of the original Constitution to do that Convention of States. 36 trillion. 1 million seconds was about 11 days ago. 1 billion seconds is about 32 years ago. 1 trillion seconds is 32,000 years ago. We are on a path that cannot be sustained. The federal government does not seem capable of enacting the changes necessary, and this is where we come in as legislators. This is where we answer the charge. Either with a yes, we'll step up, we'll do the right thing, we'll call the Article 5 Convention of States to propose amendments, or we'll just sit by the sidelines and watch our country go in the dumpster financially. That's a terrible legacy to leave to our children and our grandchildren. So I would encourage your support. 19 states have already enacted the language for the Convention of States. It would be wonderful to have North Carolina become the 20th. We get it passed here in the House, it has to go over to the Senate. And when the Senate ratifies it, we would become the 20th state. Still a long way away from the 34 states that are necessary before Congress is enacted to call the convention. The Congress's role in all of this is ministerial. They call the convention, determine where it's going to be, and then the convention takes hold. One thing we have lost in our culture is the idea of what a convention of states is. There were numerous conventions of states in our country before the Constitution was enacted in 1789. There were several. Remember back to your history class, the Stamp Act Congress. The colonies assembled themselves in convention to protest. Think of the First Continental Congress. The colonies again called themselves into a Congress to oppose some of the things that were being done to them by England. The Second Continental Congress. And then between the Second Continental Congress and the Constitutional Convention of 1789, there were about, I think, 14 other conventions that were held. While this may seem a strange concept to us today, it was very common back in the day when the Constitution was written and the Convention of States opportunity was written into it. So I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have. I would encourage you to vote for this joint resolution, just as we've done in the previous two sessions here in North Carolina. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Beaufort, Representative Kidwell, rise.
Speak on the bill.
Gentleman is recognized to debate the bill.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, fellow representatives. We've spoken about this many times in the past. Here we are again today. 19 states have signed on to this. That means the vast majority of states have not. Why? Because it's not a good plan. Madison himself, and I'm glad my fellow representative brought it up, Madison himself said it was not a good idea several times, including, and I quote, "Naturally, the convention would consider itself to have greater latitude than the Congress. He also said it would give greater agitation to the public mind. He further said we would court the most violent partisans on both sides. Ladies and gentlemen, when they wrote this Constitution, they were not in the situation we are today. A united country who had just fought for its freedom from a tyrannical government came together to bind themselves into one United States. It absolutely could not happen again. Look at the countries where they've tried to mimic what we did in the United States. You look at our Constitution. There it is. When they've tried to rewrite these in other nations, massive books consisting of thousands of pages. Ours was written by the average person who came together and felt that it needed to be something that was able to be read by farmers and the common man. We know today from what we do here, that would be impossible. We can't even write an agency bill that's less than 50 or 60 pages, and we're going to write a new Constitution that's concise, meaningful, and deliver the impact that this Constitution, the greatest document that has ever been written outside of the Bible, ladies and gentlemen, this document birthed a nation that became the greatest power on the planet, the greatest economic engine on the planet, the greatest freedom on the planet. Why would you want to alter that? It throws me back to the days, and you're all going to love this, of George Bush. When George Bush stood there and said, we need a new world order. All I could think about is, what's wrong with the world order we have now? It's pretty good. America's up here, everybody else is below us. They can't outproduce us. They can't outfight us. They can't outdo anything that we do. They don't out-freedom us. And we want to change that. So the big thing we always talk about when we talk about constitutional conventions is term limits. A lot of people don't realize, they'll say, well, the founding fathers didn't think about that. Ladies and gentlemen, the Articles of Confederation had term limits. Our founding fathers found them wanting because each of us, as we walk through that chamber door for the first time, would be a lame duck. If you announce today you're not running for re-election, you're a lame duck, aren't you? You can't get much done. That's exactly what happens no matter how long the term limits are, because your opponents simply have to wait you out. They know in 5 years, 10 years, whatever the number is, you're going to be gone. You want to stop the runaway spending? Do the same thing we need to do in this very building. Elect better representatives. Couldn't tell you how many times I have stood at Republican conventions and I am told, why can't you guys do X, Y, or Z? My answer? Some of you might not like this. You need to send better Republicans. Now, y'all might want better Democrats, and I get that. But that's how you make the change. You change the guard. To my friends on this side, I'm often asked, well, how do we get rid of Nancy Pelosi? Do you think California is going to send you a better Nancy Pelosi? Seriously? Not going to happen. You want to stop the spending problem? Stop sending people to elected office who want to do nothing but spend your money. Send people who are going to vote no against tax increases and additional spending. Runaway convention. Can't happen. That is so bogus, it's ridiculous. Scalia said you can't stop a convention from doing whatever it wants. Berger said you can't stop it. Madison said we would find they had more power than Congress. Think about that. Because Congress has really made a mess of things. You want to fix this problem? We can propose amendments. That can be done. It's been done. Contrary to us having other constitutional conventions, that's not even possible. We might have had other conventions. We had colonial conventions. We had conventions in Williamsburg. But we couldn't have had a constitutional convention because we didn't have a constitution. So anything that happened prior to 1787 was not a constitutional convention, by definition. Please take deep consideration into what you're doing, because you're taking this wonderful document and you're changing it into Pandora's box. And once you open it, you will not be able to close it. It will be subject to the whim of whoever those delegates are. And the 10th Amendment, by the way, does not speak to the 5th Amendment, or to Article 5, rather. It does not speak to Article 5. It does not put any limits on convention. It says the powers not granted to the federal government in this document remain the rights of the states and the people respectively. It does not say a word about a constitutional convention. So we don't know exactly how that's going to go. I'm trying to appeal to the sense of well-being that this nation truly has. One nation under God. And I don't think we should alter that. Now, I'm going to speak directly to my Democratic friends. Ladies and gentlemen, here's what I can promise you. I am 100% against opening that Constitution. But you vote today to do that. And I will run harder than I've ever run. I will raise more money than I've ever raised. I will fight like a pit bull in a pen to make sure that I am the delegate from the great state of North Carolina. And if that doesn't make you all vote no, nothing will.
For all purposes, gentleman from Wake, Representative Sheets will rise.
To speak on the resolution.
Gentleman is recognized to debate the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to draw your attention to one thing our colleague said just a few minutes ago, that times have changed since 1787, and they sure have. Everything that came after that for probably the next 3 or 4 minutes was pure fiction. The Constitution was not birthed by a people that felt particularly united following the war, which ended several years before that. And as you mentioned, we lived under the Articles of Confederation. America was a nation that was being torn apart. It was a nation that was fledgling. It was a nation that was being circled by vultures, by the world powers that were eager to pick the meat off the bones when the experiment failed. But times certainly have changed since 1787. America is far from being that fledgling nation. America is now the world's superpower, as I'm glad my colleague recognized. We're bound by treaty to protect about 3/4 of the world's population. The states depend on each other. We are economically interdependent. All of these things are practical reasons why I don't fear a runaway convention. I think a little bit more highly of my fellow man, I guess. I do think Representative Riddell brought up some interesting historical points, and I want to raise one historical story that's fairly well known from the Virginia debate on ratification of the Constitution that was proposed in 1787. At that meeting, Patrick Henry stood up and delivered an impassioned speech against the ratification of the 1787 Constitution. He said, "I feel it, I see it, I see beings of a higher order that are very nervous over what we are doing here. I fear that if we open this door," and I'm paraphrasing now, "if we open this door, horrible things await us." And thankfully, the delegates in Virginia did not listen to their esteemed colleague. They voted in favor of ratifying the new Constitution. That document has done more and the amendment process outlined in Article 5 has done more to advance human rights than just about any other document in human history going back to at least Magna Carta. There is no denying the challenges that we face. A constitution a framework that emerged post-Revolutionary War. A 14th Amendment, 13th and a 15th Amendment as well, that emerged following a nation that had been ripped in half by war. The most recent amendment to our Constitution, the 27th Amendment, it's an excellent story. If you're not familiar with it, I would encourage you all to look it up. Because that 27th Amendment had originally been proposed in 1789, and there was a young student, I believe his name was Gregory Watkins, somebody can check me on that in 1982 wrote a paper about how this is actually still a live amendment. That the act that proposed it didn't put a date on ratification. It did not have to be ratified by a certain date. He got a C on that paper, and it irritated him. And he spent the next 10 years of his life setting out to prove that professor wrong. And his efforts resulted in the ratification of the 27th Amendment. His teacher went back and changed his grade to an A+ several decades later. So the reason I bring that up is because Congress has not shown any appetite to reform itself. The federal government has not shown any appetite to reform itself over the last half century. And the world has changed. The circumstances have changed. $36 trillion in debt has changed, and we're no longer spending our tax dollars. Our federal government is spending the tax dollars of our children, our children's children, our children's children's children, and that is not a sustainable path. I may be opposed to whatever would come out of a convention of states, but I'm at least willing to have the conversation to see if we can do something to correct the ship before it's too late. And for that reason, I urge your support for this resolution. Thank you.
For what purpose? The gentleman from Alabama, Representative Riddell Rice.
Speak briefly a second time on the bill.
Recognized to debate the bill a second time.
Friends, I just want to share with you one little quotation here, because I think it's germane to what we're talking about. This is how it reads. It says, essentially what I've said is that there is some risk of an open convention, even with respect to the limited proposal of financial responsibility at the federal level. I think that risk is worth taking. It is not much of a risk. 3/4 of the states would have to ratify whatever came out of that convention. Therefore, I do not worry about it too much. I really want to see the process used on a serious issue so that the shibboleth about the end of the world can be put to rest and we can learn how to use the process responsibly in the future. All of that referring to an Article 5 Convention of States from former Chief Justice Anthony Scalia. Please, colleagues, remember your charge and vote green.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Joint Resolution 379 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 62 having voted in the affirmative and 51 in the negative. House Joint Resolution 379 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Joint Resolution 379 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 379 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, will move back up now to House Bill 188. House Bill 188, clerk will read.
Representatives Stevens and Kidwell, House Bill 188, a bill to be entitled Automatic Renewal of Contracts. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Lady from Surrey, Representative Stevens is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is to attempt to declare void a gotcha contract. And a gotcha contract is one that says you've got to cancel within so many days ahead of time or in a time period specific, or you are stuck for another year. Now, this does not apply to any contract that you can cancel on a 30-day notice. So, for example, a life insurance policy is a continuing contract, but you can cancel your life insurance anytime. Your line of credit, it's an ongoing renewed thing, but you can cancel it anytime. But alarm companies have frequently put home alarm systems in and said, no, you can't cancel, or you got to cancel within a certain period of time. Or even if you've sold the house, you can't cancel. You're still stuck with the bill. So it's simply trying to go after those bad actors who do consumer contracts that say you're stuck.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 188 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 112 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 188 having passed its second reading and without objection be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 188 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 188, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, we're going to momentarily skip over House Bill 415 and go to House Bill 441. The clerk will read.
Representatives Eiler, Goodwin, Davis, and Kidwell, House Bill 441, a bill to be entitled Loggerhead Turtle State Saltwater Reptile. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Brunswick, Representative Eiler is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill passed the House in 2019, 2021, and 2023 unanimously. Went to the Senate, and for some unknown reason, didn't go anywhere else. So we're going to try one more time in 2025 and see if we can lobby the Senate a little bit better than we have in the past. And I just encourage your green vote. It does exactly what the title says, and please vote green.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 441 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Budd, lady wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine to record the vote. 113 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 441 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 441 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. And House Bill 441 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 442, the clerk will read.
Representatives Eiler, Goodwin, and Davis, House Bill 442, a bill to be entitled Restore Flounder Red Snapper Season. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Brunswick, Representative Eiler is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you may be aware, we had virtually no flounder season in 2024. We believe that the system with which the quotas are opened or closed is extremely flawed. So this bill would direct the Fisheries Director, Marine Fisheries Commission, and Division of Marine Fisheries to do the following: open the southern flounder fishery for recreational fishing at least 6 weeks each year, set a commercial quota for southern flounder harvest at 750,000 pounds each year, open a year-round red snapper season, conduct a southern flounder stock assessment, and submit annual progress reports to the General Assembly. And that's it. I'll stay if any questions.
Well, purpose the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, arise.
To debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this relates to our fisheries management processes, which are conducted by Division of Marine Fisheries in association with advisory commissions appointed for each fishery to make sure that we have a viable fishery. There is a specific advisory committee charged with this southern flounder management. There have been population issues. These advisory committees are composed of commercial fishermen, recreational fishermen, locals, advocates to ensure a balanced input on what kind of decisions to make on fisheries management. And I say this as somebody who was involved with the development of the Fisheries Management Act back in 1997 when we had an incredible stakeholder group, bipartisan, broad-based, to develop legislative strategies and policies to manage our fisheries in a way that was healthy and sustainable. And that's largely been the case. We've had fights over recreational and commercial fishing over the year. But with regard to southern flounder, I wanted to do a little research before this bill came up to find out what has happened, is that Amendment 3 to the Southern Flounder Fishery Management Plan discussed an allocation. They came up with based on historical catch records, they came up with a 70-30 split commercial recreational. And apparently because commercial fishing is done in a way that's systematic daily and they can keep track of the fish that are caught by commercial fishermen, they don't have the same kind of precision with the recreational fishing. So apparently the recreational exceeded their quota for 2024 and half of 2025 in that quota. So that's the problem. That's why there hasn't been any fishing allowed by the recreational, because they exceeded their quota. The Marine Fisheries Commission came back with a concession and decided to change the allocation for 2025 to a 50-50 quota swap so that could help the recreational make up. This is not a way to manage fisheries. We've had this debate before in this chamber. We have experts in the Division of Environmental Quality, Department of the Environment, Division of Marine Fisheries. If anybody's spending time on the coast and gotten in the middle of these fights, you know what it's like. But these are people who earnestly care and are trying to do the right thing. And I think this is not the right thing to have the legislature decide these quotas. I just urge you to vote no and let the Division of Marine Fisheries do its job. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Buncombe, Representative Turner, rise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To debate the bill.
To recognize to debate the bill.
Thank you. My colleague, Representative Harrison, really said a lot of what I wanted to talk about, but I'll just say this, that our fishery is managed in cooperation and coordination with the Mid-Atlantic Marine Fisheries Council and the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Council. And I know this because I actually am a commissioner for the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and just spent the last 3 days in DC for our spring meeting. I brought this bill up to some of my fellow commissioners and talked about it, and there was great concern about whether or not North Carolina would remain in compliance with the Marine Fisheries Plan. And so what happens when a state is out of compliance? Well, for one thing, there can be a moratorium placed on their fisheries. So I would ask that we either table this bill or withdraw it or vote it down, because it puts us in danger of having a moratorium imposed upon us because of this action. And I don't think that that's anything that anybody in this room wants. And so I would rather find a different way to come up with a solution to meeting the needs of everybody who wants to fish for flounder that doesn't violate these plans and allows us to really manage within the parameters that have been set. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Beaufort, Representative Kidwell, rise.
Speak on the bill.
Gentleman to recognize and debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and fellow members. Let's talk about flounder fishing in eastern North Carolina. I'm pretty sure we don't have that in the western parts of the state, and the people don't get out there and see what we're actually catching. I can tell you, in number one, 2024, we couldn't have possibly overfished at the recreational level because we weren't allowed to catch anything. There was no fish allowed. So how could we have overfished it? Now, from the ones that we did see that were caught, We've seen record-sized fish, flounders, coming up, which means they're breeders, and they put them back because they weren't allowed to keep them. Now, I had to say this on the floor of this House back, I don't know, it was some time ago. Representative Yarborough was here. And he stood here and said, we can't catch fish out in the Pamlico River and the Pamlico Sound. To which I challenged him. I said, Representative Yarborough, if you can't catch fish in the Pamlico River and Sound, don't blame my fish because you're a poor fisherman. Went out that weekend, Saturday, went down to Belhaven, North Carolina, pulled up on what's called the break. Driving down, I told my friends that I was fishing with, we're going to go down here, we're going to fish in 10 feet of water, we're going to use a blue rattle trap, and we're going to catch fish. In 3 hours, we put 62 fish in the boat, nothing less than 24 inches. Why? Because you know where to catch them. Why do I tell you that story? I hate to tell you folks, but I know from a recreational position, a lot of the people that come out there and ask me, well, how many flounder did you catch today? And these are state employees assessing the catch on Tranners Creek. Freshwater. Flounder in freshwater. No. You don't get flounder in freshwater. Why would you be up there assessing my flounder catch on freshwater? You would want to do that in the saltwater. You want to go down to Bath. You want to go down to Belhaven. Not Washington in the creeks and tributaries that are freshwater. A lot of the data that's used in the assessments that were made on all of our fishing industry and recreational fishing over the past few years is old, outdated, because they don't update it. We had one situation where they were using data from 2016 that they said was from 2018, but they had to use the 16 because they couldn't get a good survey in 18. I'm like, are you kidding me? And we're using this in 2024. We need to fix how they evaluate which fish are caught, when, and where. I see them out there test catching. I know what the state boats look like. Matter of fact, I was out fishing one day and a buddy of mine was on the front of the boat. I was on the back. I was facing forward and I heard a boat coming up and I said, oh, that's a state boat. Turned around and looked, sure enough it was. Somehow they have a different sound. But here's what I can tell you. They were out there test fishing where there were no fish. And I've heard this from commercial people, I've heard it from recreational people. Why? Because these people don't actually know how to fish. So if you go out and test fish out in the middle of the Pamlico River, just FYI, matter of fact, I'm going to do this to you. Don't fish the duck blinds. Don't fish anywhere near the banks or the outflows. Don't fish any structure. Do like the guys that are test fishing and go out and test fish in the middle of the water where the ground is flat and there's no structure for the fish. Because, see, I want to keep those other fish for me. They're on the duck blinds and such. Because when you go out there in the middle of that river, you're not going to get a fish. You're not going to get a crab. You're not going to get anything but a wet line. That's it. And I'll tell you all the same thing I told Representative Yarborough many years ago. If you can't catch fish down in my river and my sound, you come see me. I'll put you in what's called Keith's office. 22-foot pontoon boat specifically rigged up for fishing. And I will guarantee you, you'll put fish in that boat every day you go out with me. Zach, come on down. You keep promising, you keep not showing up. There is one little trick. There is one little trick that I have to say. And I had to teach this to several people. Virtually everybody gets on my boat. There is one key. You get out there and try and catch fish, you better do one thing, and that's stand there as you're casting and say, here, fishy, fishy, fishy. You'll get some fish. Vote for the bill.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Onslow, Representative Shepard, rise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask Representative Turner a question.
Representative Turner, does the gentleman yield?
Representative Turner.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Okay. Representative Turner, on the group that you're a part of, the commission you're a part of, do you know if there was a moratorium in Virginia or South Carolina?
I don't know if there's a moratorium in Virginia or South Carolina. I know that fisheries are able to manage within the general plan, and so there are exceptions that are being made. There's known as a conservation equity. I know equity is a weird word around here sometimes, but that's what they call it, that allows for some individualization within the plans. But I can't speak to Virginia or South Carolina because I don't represent those states on the commission.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, to speak on the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
My point is that I know quite a few commercial fishermen and recreational fishermen. Some of them have license to do both. Several have talked to me in the Sneaks Ferry, Stump Sound, Hampstead area the last couple of years. The flounder has been closed to all of them for 2 years now, but it hasn't been closed in South Carolina. They constantly tell me we can go to South Carolina or we can go north of Virginia and catch a bit about anything we want. So my problem is I think these guys know what's in the water and what's not in the water, and I don't think those fish know when they're in South Carolina or North Carolina or Virginia. So if there's not a shortage of them in Virginia or South Carolina, I don't believe there's a shortage in North Carolina either. And I'm going that not based on what some people are telling you the facts are. I'm talking to people that actually fish and get in the water all the time. So I'd like for you all to vote for this bill, because basically economically it's causing a lot of problems down east on the coast because we cannot catch them. We're having to ship flounder in to our restaurants from all over the country rather than here. When I say all over the country, from out west and the east coast. I appreciate your agreeing vote on this bill. Thank you, Representative Aller, for running.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Buncombe, Representative Turner, arise?
To speak on the bill a second time.
Gentleman is recognized to debate the bill a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too have talked to fishermen when I'm down at my place in Topsail Island, when I'm out on my boat, when I'm fishing myself. And I think we've heard some great stories today. And I would say that the plural of anecdote is not data. And I think that regardless of what we think in this chamber, that will have little to no bearing on whether or not we have a moratorium imposed upon us by others. So we can change the law. We can force open a season, and we will potentially have that season slammed shut on us. And that is why I ask us to either vote the bill down or table it, displace it, so that we can talk about what a good solution to this issue is without triggering ill effects for everyone.
Further discussion or debate? For what purpose does the gentleman from Brunswick, Representative Eiler, rise?
Speak a second time on the
Gentleman's
bill.
recognized to debate the bill a second time.
Well, I appreciate all the comments, anecdotal comments we've had. My question is, how do you run a fishery from Washington, D.C.? My second one is, why we're the only state from Maine to Texas to do what we're doing in regard to this issue? Don't really get several strikes against it. I don't think the counting of the flounder or any other fish is as scientific as they want you to think it is. So there's at least 3 strikes right there and against that argument. So I would propose that this is a good start, and if 6 weeks is going to devastate a fishery that they tell me is proliferating with large flounder and with catching 7, 8 flounder by accident every time you go out, so, and throwing them back and the economy all is dead. So the point being that we need to do something. We need to do something this year, and we need to go ahead and take some action. And there also is such a thing as state waters and federal waters, and I'm sure Representative Turner could tell me more about that. He's an intelligent gentleman. It's different, and why every other state is able to do things that we're not able to do. And I don't think the flounder know whether they're in South Carolina or whether they're in North Carolina. Thank you.
Chair sees the debate has stirred up Representative Potts of Davidson County. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Inquiry of the chair.
The gentleman may state his inquiry.
Are we on HB 442 talking about a fish?
Chair believes so. The chair's, the last several minutes, been thinking about his good friend, Representative Elmer Floyd, and how he used to ask for the gentleman to do the right thing in situations like this. Further discussion or debate on the bill? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 442 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 77 having voted in the affirmative and 35 in the negative. House Bill 442 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The question for the House is the passage of House Bill 442 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 442, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 597, the clerk will read.
Representatives Cairns, Tyson, Carson, Smith, and Miller. House Bill 597, a bill to be entitled, Adopt Osprey as the State Rep to the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Lady from Carter Rep, Representative Cairns is recognized to debate the bill.
Good evening, members. This is our biennial effort to name the osprey as the state raptor. I hope you enjoyed the pictures that we left on your desk today. And I hope you will support him as you did the loggerhead turtle. He would hate to lose to a turtle. And if I gave you a picture of him catching a fish, I'm sorry, representatives, I don't know if he had the requisite permits for that. But please support him anyway. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 597 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Almond, general wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 111 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 597 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 597 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 597 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 602, the clerk will read.
Representatives Reeder and Willis, House Bill 602, a bill to be entitled, Coach Safely Act, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Pitt, Representative Reeder, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the chamber. Youth sports are an important part of growth and development. We know that about 35 million children play at least one sport. Unfortunately, many of them suffer injuries. About 3.5 million children are seen in emergency departments, 5 million in medical offices, and there's about 10,000 hospitalizations. Most of them, 90% of them, are between the ages of 10 and 18. What this bill does is requires training on safety for coaches in youth sports. Right now, in some high school sports, you're required to have training for the coaches. This will just extend this to youth sports. The department will be required to identify some training programs. The cost for these trainings will be borne by the associations. One of the questions that has come up is that will this prevent and limit people who want to volunteer to be youth coaches? And I think that that is a legitimate concern. I think, however, the benefit and the safety for the children is more paramount. And I think that having training in safety like heat, concussions is an important thing for a coach. I ask for your support and we'll stand for questions.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 602 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Cairns, aye. Humphrey, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. House Bill 602 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Vice before the House is the passage of House Bill 602 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and House Bill 602, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, we'll move back up now to House Bill 415. House Bill 415, the clerk will read.
Representatives Willis, Biggs, and Rhine, House Bill 415, a bill to be entitled Modify Math and Social Studies Grade Required. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Union, Representative Willis, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 415 is a bill that is vastly different than it was when it first started. We've taken into consideration quite a bit of feedback from various superintendents across the state, various input from DPI, from the Board of Governors, from the UNC system, as well as members across both sides of the aisle. So we appreciate all the feedback. Mr. Speaker, I do understand there's an amendment to this. If you want to,
we'll go ahead and move into the
that
amendment.
first.
Chair sees that Representative Von Haven's light's on. JD, the lady have her light on for the amendment. Representative Von Haven's recognized to send forth an amendment. Clerk will read.
Representative Von Haven moves to amend the bill.
Lady from Wake, Representative Von Haven's recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So basically what House Bill 415 does is it changes the requirements for graduating in math, and the math requirements for graduation. We talked a little bit about this yesterday in House Bill 414. So this Bill 415 requires students to take North Carolina Math 1, Math 2, Computer Science, and 1 mathematic course aligned with the student's career development plan. What my amendment does is remove Computer Science as a math requirement for graduation and moves it back where it is now to be an elective required for graduation. The reason I do this is because computer science is not considered a math class. All neighboring state university systems and the UNC system require 4 math courses for admission. They do not consider computer science as a math class. So if we pass House Bill 415 as it stands now, we would be out of compliance with the UNC system as well as all surrounding universities. Last session, we had a whole debate about computer science, and when a bill was filed to add that as a graduation requirement. And after much debate back and forth, we determined that it should not be considered a math class, so we considered it as an elective. Again, we are limiting our students' options for post-graduation by changing this, which again puts North Carolina students at the lowest standards in the entire Southeast for graduation. We are not setting our kids up for success. This amendment, like I said, would keep computer science where it is as a required for graduation, but would again require 4 actual math classes for graduation. Math 1, Math 2, and then 2 additional math courses aligned with the career development plan. So I know Representative Willis wants to remove Math 3. This would not put Math 3 back into the bill, but would instead just require those 4 actual math classes. I think this amendment aligns with the bill sponsor's goals to require math, which a student may need for their postgraduate plans, but also keeps us in alignment with university admission requirements. I ask you to vote yes on the amendment.
The gentleman from Union, Representative Willis, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And fellow members of the House, I ask you to vote no on this amendment. While I've had the opportunity to speak with Representative Van Hoffen about this amendment, I do understand that the intent is good, but based on the feedback that we've gotten directly from the UNC system, DPI, and the superintendents across the state, this actually would make it more difficult for what we're trying to do. And so we ask you to vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 48 having voted in the affirmative, 63 in the negative. The amendment fails. We're now back on the bill. Further discussion or debate on the bill. For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Willis, rise?
To speak to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we'll go quickly through this. I know we've heard it in several instances through to different committees, and then to some degree yesterday with House Bill 414. And so really, what this does is aligns the new graduation requirements for high school for math to align with what the students are actually going to need. I mean, this is a pretty straightforward, common sense bill. Today, we have 70% of the students who are taking Math 1 in high school are not grade proficient. In other words, they're failing Math 1. So by the time they get to graduation, having to go through Math 2 and Math 3, the grades that they're getting, the diploma that we're giving them, really at that point, it means nothing. These students are not being caught up. They're getting to college, whether it's a community college system or the UNC system, and many of them are having to take remedial math and English to qualify to get ready to take college level math once they get to college. This offers the opportunity for those students who need additional time in math, a year-long option for Math 1, a year-long option for Math 2, and then it opens the door for them, based on whatever their career path is, to either take a computer science program or other career-related maths to meet what their needs are going to be when they get out of college and they go into the workforce. And so this does not remove higher levels of math. This does not discourage anyone from taking higher levels of math. And in fact, the pathways that are aligned with this still encourage them to do so, and many children or many students will still have to go on to take Math 3 and above. And so we ask for your support for our students, and we've worked very closely with the UNC system, with DPI and the BOG on this. This pathway will be very positive for all of our students. We ask you to vote yes. Thank you.
For what purpose does the lady from Wake, Representative Von Haven, rise?
To speak on the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Representative Willis said, 51.3% of our 8th grade students are only testing at level 1 and 2 on the 8th grade math EOG, meaning they are not proficient. I know the bill sponsor is trying to address this issue, but this is not the way to do it, this bill. This bill would require over half of our 8th grade students statewide to take an additional math class, Foundations of Math 1, and potentially another class called Foundations of Math 2, in addition to the 4 classes that they're needing to graduate, for a total of 6 math classes. We already have a dire shortage of high school math teachers, and I honestly don't know where we will find the space, the time, or the staff to teach an additional 2 classes for over half the students in our state. Second, eliminating Math 3 is a huge blow to the amount of material our students are learning. In conversations with math teachers myself, I've learned that much of the material in Math 3 is what's tested on the ACT and SAT, which many students still take to boost their college applications. Elimination of this course lowers our overall student math knowledge. Third, as I said yesterday regarding House Bill 414, all UNC system schools require 4 maths, and 1 must be in an additional level past Math 3. Although Representative Willis and I disagree on the reading of what other schools require, I will state again that all other universities in the Southeast require the same 4 math classes. I was sent a letter directly from the University of Florida admissions office saying, minimum math requirements for admission are Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and a higher level of math. Unfortunately, computer science is not considered a math class. By removing Math 3 and requiring computer science, we are in misalignment with all other universities in the Southeast and are requiring the University of North Carolina system to lower their standards, which would then be lower than other peer institutions in other states. We hear that we should not force kids to take math classes that they do not need, but I know everyone here is concerned with math scores. We wonder why students in other countries score higher than kids in the United States. But personally, I would rather not lower the bar, I would rather set the bar high for our students and help them reach it than to assume that they don't need those skills and leave them unprepared if they do. Instead of lowering our standards, we should be finding ways to help our students strive to be better, instead of asking the UNC system to lower their admission standards. We should be asking, what can we do to help these kids get into UNC schools? House Bill 415 is flawed in many ways, but my biggest concern is that we are shortchanging our high school students and limiting their postgraduate options. Please vote no.
Members, the chair is going to go ahead and release our pages. It's 5:30 today, so we're a little bit past our time. Pages, thank you for your service this week. You are free to go. For what purpose is the gentleman from Union? Representative Willis rise.
To respond.
The gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, as we discussed yesterday, the misleading or just patently false information shared by the other side is just as false as it was yesterday. This does not lower the standards, the bar, or the expectation for any of our students. It does not remove higher levels of math. It does not discourage anyone from taking higher levels of math. We've addressed this in a number of different bills this year because one large omnibus math bill we felt like was too difficult to push through at one time, and so we've broken it up. We've addressed K through 8 math. We'll go back, rebuild the building blocks of math for those younger years to ensure that by the time they get to middle and high school, they are more prepared and more capable of taking advanced math. For the students that are in high school right now, we're working to help them make sure that the math that they have is actually something they're going to use. When you get to the UNC system, if you're in a non-STEM related field, the highest level of math that you have to take is college algebra. I've talked to a number of members on both sides of the aisle about this in depth over the last 24 hours, and I'd ask you to remember your own math experience. And while we were talking about the Convention of States earlier by 1787, for those of us who were in college or high school in 1987, a lot of things are gone from 1987 that we found out were bad. And this math policy is one of them. And so just as the parachute pants and the big hair went, hopefully with the wrong expectations for what we need to teach our students. We need to be teaching our students math that is going to align with their career, that is going to give them the ability to have a successful job and high-paying wage. Statistics, finance, accounting, drafting, just to name a few. I mean, these are the career-related maths that they're going to need, not calculus or other higher levels of math for non-STEM related students. So this does nothing to lower the standards. We've been in direct contact and are working actively with the UNC system and the Board of Governors. And talk to any of your provosts, talk to your chancellors at any of the schools across the state. Our students getting to the college level are struggling in math. This will help them build a stronger foundation so when they get there and those students that need the higher levels of math are more prepared and more equipped, and those that are going directly into the workforce will be able to actually do their jobs. Thank you. I ask you to vote for the bill.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Onslow, Representative Gable rise.
To debate the bill.
The gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who's recently taken these math courses in the past 4 years, I'd say the changes Representative Willis are making are great, and I'd encourage everyone to vote for them because most of the math classes that we have and the sustenance that is in them is completely irrelevant to the real world. It is just filler information in the basics like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, fractions, decimals. Those things you get taught very young, but you never go over them again. And most people I know don't know anything about finance or basic math, and it's because these math classes don't teach anything of real relevance to the real world. And I'd ask everyone to vote for these changes so we can help our youth succeed in the real world.
For what purpose does the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Cunningham, rise?
I have a question, Mr. Speaker, of the bill sponsor.
Representative Willis, does the gentleman yield to a question?
Yes, sir.
He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if we change these credits, is there going to be an issue with those credits transferring to the collegiate system? That's all I need to know.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll make a comment.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things you said is partly true because I think I took 1, 2, 3, 4, and I had to take statistics. Well, I ain't really ever had to use statistics since I got my bachelor's degree, but it was required to transfer into the university system, the UNC system. So he partly right about some of this math stuff, y'all, because Only reason you would have to use statistics is if you're in the research world of medical, or you are a peer reviews and that type of things where you do research. I ain't never had to use statistics, but I had to take it. So I think you're hitting on something with this, but I don't have it all figured out yet. But I know for sure that if you take 1, 2, 3, and 4, and by the time you get to the community college, if you're not where you need to be, you're going to take a remedial course, because they're going to get you on track of where you need to go in order to reach whatever goal you're trying to reach. So thank you. They're going to do it.
For what purpose, the lady from Wake, Representative Savagno, rise.
To debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Contrary to what my colleagues are saying, if you really look at our budget books, all our bills, and everything like that, and what we're responsible for when it comes to taxes in our budget and in finance, statistics, calculus actually, is in everything that we do if we do our jobs right. Statistics is what we use to make sure that the people that we're representing are being represented. We're not going to make a bill that has 1% of the people that are affected. We try to look at the majority. That's statistics. But the one that I often talk about when it comes to math inside this chamber is that often my colleagues say, oh, percentage change between last biennium and this biennium is an addition problem. I'm sorry to say, it actually is a calculus problem. Rate of change, when we calculate the changes for our taxes, compound interest, or anything like that, is calculus. And I'm sorry people are frustrated on the other side, but we're doing the wrong thing by thinking that we don't need math and we're not using math. And we're not serving our children very well if we put them into the world and not be able to do these math problems and respect that they need this in the future. Thank you.
For what purpose, the lady from Lincoln, Representative Ryan, arise.
Debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I think a lot's been said, and we're missing the bigger picture here of what this bill is trying to do. And that is not lowering the bar, but providing an opportunity for students who are not going to be taking, going into those career fields that we're talking about, but providing an opportunity to them to actually learn what they need to learn in Math 1 and Math 2. Currently, what we do in high school, we play this game, we've got to get them graduated in 4 years. And so we take Math 1, and maybe they make a D. And you know what we say? Well, okay, you need to go in and take Math 2. Math is a very specific subject that builds on each other. So if you do not have the knowledge in Math 1, you should not be moving on to Math 2. And the same from Math 2 to Math 3. We've got to do better by our children. We've got to allow them to gain the knowledge. It's not about checking off a box of saying, I have this class. It's about actually learning something in the class and having the knowledge that they need to move on to the next math course. And that's what this bill does, and I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 415 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 69 having voted in the affirmative and 43 in the negative. House Bill 415 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 415 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 415, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 674, the clerk will read.
Representatives Adams, Kidwell, Edens, and Carson Smith, House Bill 674, a bill to be entitled the Firearms Liberty Act, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Representative Adams, does the gentleman wish to speak to the bill first or take up the amendment first?
Let's take up the amendment first, please.
Representative Adams, recognized to send forth an amendment. Clerk will read.
Representative Adams moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
This amendment addresses line 15 on page 11 and line 18 on page 11, changing the language from non-lethal to less than lethal, and on page 12, deleting the entire section 7.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 101 having voted in the affirmative and 10 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill. The gentleman from Catawba, Representative Adams, is recognized to debate the bill.
House Bill 674, the Firearms Liberty Act. Presently we have, and for the last 30 years have had, a fixed duration concealed carry license. This bill provides for a lifetime permit using the same criteria as the fixed duration permit. It also provides for a property protection in the case of a domestic violence protection order where your firearms are, you have to turn them over to the sheriff. It allows the individual to direct the disposition of those firearms to a federally licensed firearms dealer. There's a provision for the safety hold agreements, which comes from Representative Charles Smith. We incorporated that into the bill. And there is an authorization for the storage of defensive non-lethal devices in biometric safes in schools. And I'll stand for any questions.
For what purpose, the lady from Guilford, Representative Clark, rise?
To briefly debate the bill, please.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you. I sent this bill to my father-in-law, who retired from Guilford County Sheriff's Department, and his first response, as retired law enforcement and an avid gun owner, was that this is a bad idea. Here is why. As he explained, when a person renews a concealed carry permit in North Carolina, they do not have to go back through the classroom training or requalification. They simply fill out a new set of forms, pay a nominal fee, and get fingerprinted for an updated background check. It is critical that we have these safeguards in place for our sheriff's office to confirm ongoing eligibility to conceal carry. A lot can happen in the 5, 10, 20 years since initial approval. Let's run through the numbers. Thank you to Central staff for pulling these critical numbers for our awareness. In 2024, North Carolina sheriffs denied 257 renewals and revoked 1,433 permits. In aggregate, over the past 4 years, that has amounted to 1,246 denied renewals and 5,066 revoked permits. They get denied when people become addicted to controlled substances, develop impairments, or are dishonorably discharged from the armed forces, among a multitude of other valid concerns. Our sheriff's offices are already doing their jobs to find these issues, and they work to ensure that concealed carry permits remain in lawful hands. This bill negates that work and turns a blind eye to potentially dangerous individuals. North Carolina would become the only state that has a lifetime permit with no further background checks. This bill sets an untested, dangerous precedent. In closing, I know that the majority of North Carolinians, domestic abuse survivors, responsible gun owners, and school employees do not want this dangerous bill to pass. I urge you to vote no.
For what purpose, the lady from Durham, Representative Moria Rice?
To speak to the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
I think just briefly, an analogy is you get a driver's license, it's a set time, and you got to go back in, you have to be retested after 5, 8 years. This is kind of similar. And as many of you like to say on that side of the aisle about the good guys with the gun, okay, that's fine, good guys with a gun. But a lifetime, there can be a lot of changes. There can be someone that develops addiction. There can be someone that gets into a mental illness. There can be someone who develops dementia. And you want to give the good guy with a gun at the age of 25 a lifetime carry concealed permit with no background checks, with no checkup, no more affidavits that they are sound and able to handle a gun safely. Why would we do that? So this 5-year is just a check, make sure the good guy with the gun stays a good guy who is competent, who is safe, who knows how to operate the gun, does not have any affliction that would be a danger to oneself or the public. That's why we have a 5-year renewal. Let's keep it. It's common sense.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Catawba, Representative Adams, rise?
Debate the bill a second time.
The gentleman's recognized to debate the bill a second time.
When you get a concealed carry license, you make an application, you get a background check, you go to school, you get your range time, and you're issued a license. If you renew the license in 5 years, you have the privilege of making purchases at point of purchase privileges, and you get some reciprocity in other states. What the lifetime license does is simply issue the permit under the same same routine. You got to go through the application, the school, and all that. Bad behavior can occur anytime by anybody. The license does not prevent that. What this does, though, is this says that if you're like me, you want to have the renewable license. But if you're like my wife, who's also in the real estate business as I am, I don't want her to let go of her concealed carry license because she goes into buildings and shows properties to people she doesn't know. But to her, it's an aggravation every 5 years to have to reapply, to have to go in person, to pay the $80, to go in person to pick up the renewed license. It's a convenience for her. Now, the fact of the matter is, in the last 30 years, the concealed license permitting process has distilled the most law-abiding citizens in North Carolina. They're more law-abiding than law enforcement people. So the system works, and a lifetime license, I've heard no objections from the sheriff's associations or the police. So it really is, it's a workable system. And I can respond to all the hypotheticals, but the real fact of the matter is somebody can go off the deep end 2 days after they get a driver's license or any other kind of permit. The permit does not prevent bad behavior. But I just appreciate your green vote on this bill. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Beaufort, Representative Kidwell, rise.
Speak on the bill.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out that most of the states have between 1 and 5 year concealed carry permits. There are 2 that have lifetime permits. But I also want to point out that 29 don't require any. So, of course, you wouldn't have to renew a permit in those states. So to say that this would be an unusual thing would actually be inaccurate, because with 29 states saying that once you achieve whatever their particular age limit is, some are 18, I think 12 of those are 18 years old, the rest of them are 21, you don't need any permit at all. You don't have to go back to the sheriff, you don't have to go get somebody's permission to exercise your Second Amendment rights. In the rest of the states, again, it's 1 year, 5 years, and lifetime. So this would not at all be unusual for the United States of America.
For what purpose does the lady from Guilford, Representative Clark, rise?
Debate the bill a second time.
He's recognized to debate the bill a second time.
Thank you. I just want to speak directly to the notion that this is an aggravation. It is not. It is very easy to do. You can do it online. $75 is not a significant amount of money to renew it. It is being a responsible gun owner. And yes, the 5 years, you said issues can happen at any time. I'm happy to work with you to make the process easier. It is being a responsible gun owner to do the process, sir. Thank you very much.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 674 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 70 having voted in the affirmative and 42 in the negative. House Bill 674 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 674 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 674, having passed its third reading, will be ordered engrossed and sent to the Senate. House Bill 690, the clerk will read.
Representatives N. Jackson, Biggs, Balcom, and Stevens. House Bill 690, a bill to be entitled the Citizen Support Group, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Moore, Representative Jackson, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. Citizen Support Acts protects the investments made by taxpayers by only allowing citizens and legal residents to qualify for taxpayer-funded benefits. This bill is about the integrity and honors the hardworking contribution of taxpayers. We don't have unlimited resources, and we cannot drain our benefit programs on unauthorized immigrants, leaving taxpayers without resources when they need it the most. Providing handouts to unauthorized aliens also encourages and sanctions unauthorized immigration. We should not incentivize unauthorized immigration, which, by the way, has cost beyond money. More unauthorized immigration results in more human trafficking and fentanyl being smuggled over our borders. This bill ensures fairness and fiscal responsibility, which is our duty to the people of North Carolina. I'm appreciative for our sponsors on this bill who helped so much, Representative Balcom, Biggs, and Stevens, and I ask for your support.
For what purpose does the lady of New Hanover, Representative Butler, arise?
To debate the bill.
Lady is recognized to debate the bill.
You know, I really am disturbed when we continue to conflate immigration status and criminality. I heard conversation just now about fentanyl and all these other things. These are just incendiary remarks that have nothing to do with the bill and accuse immigrant populations of things they're not doing. It's terribly unkind and a lie. This bill, cloaked in the language of fiscal responsibility, is actually a solution to a non-existent problem. It aims to deny state benefits to immigrants, even those who are here, present, working, and contributing, and paying taxes, I might remind everybody, in every corner of this state. But here's the truth. Non-citizens already face strict federal exclusions from nearly all public benefits. That is already the case. Undocumented immigrants are already barred from receiving Medicaid, food stamps, housing assistance, and most forms of welfare. So what does this bill do? We are going to put incredible burdens on DHHS, the Department of Commerce, Housing Financing Agency, all local housing authorities, the UNC system, the Division of Unemployment Security, and those are just the ones I could pick out quickly. This is going to be cataclysmic for our agencies. It's going to force them, who are already stretched thin, to become immigration enforcement officers. It's going to require social workers, health administrators, and educators to verify immigration status for every applicant, even when that verification has nothing to do with the service being requested. There will be delays, red tape, and a lot of busy work for our agencies and staff. It means added costs in time, technology, and staffing. It means thousands of North Carolinians who are legitimately entitled to benefits will likely fall through the cracks while agencies get bogged down in a bureaucratic mess. And for what? To exclude a tiny fraction of people who are already ineligible. This is an example of being penny wise and pound foolish. It's not efficiency, that is for sure. It's an expensive, punitive message bill. And the message is clear. If you weren't born here, buddy, you are not welcome. You're not welcome even though you are our farm workers, our teachers' aides, our nursing assistants. You pay taxes, sales, income, and property taxes, even when you're not eligible. Get that. They're paying in, they're not being able to receive. They're not eligible for benefits. And so now, after years of giving, we're telling you, you're not even welcome here, and you and your children are not going to get any benefits, even if you have an urgent need. We should be focused on expanding access to child care, investing in rural health, addressing affordable housing, but instead, we're targeting immigrants, again, for political points, while overburdening the very agencies we purport to love so much. Vote no on this bill.
The question before the House is the passage of House Bill 690 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine to record the vote. 68 having voted in the affirmative and 43 in the negative. House Bill 690 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 690 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 690, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 698, the clerk will read.
Representatives Miller and Purtle, House Bill 698, a bill to be entitled Center for Missing Persons to Highway Patrol. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Brunswick, Representative Miller, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This House Bill 698 will transfer the North Carolina Center for Missing Persons to the State Highway Patrol. The current placement of the North Carolina Center for Missing Persons within the Highway Patrol has proven highly effective, particularly over the past 2 years. This structure ensures that critical resources, including law enforcement and communications, remain tightly integrated. Keeping the Center for Missing Persons under the Highway Patrol supports rapid reporting, timely alert activation, and successful recoveries, especially for North Carolina's most vulnerable populations. Shifting away from this model will risk introducing delays and weakening the streamlined response that has already led to safe recovery of abducted children. The proven success of the Highway Patrol has directly intercepted or assisted in the recovery of abducted children 5 times in the past 2 years, coordinated by the Center for Missing Persons. Clear evidence of the effective coordination under the current structure. I would appreciate your green vote.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 698 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 107 having voted in the affirmative and 5 in the negative. House Bill 698 has passed its second reading without objection. Will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 698 on its third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 698 has passed its third reading and will be sent to the Senate. House Bill 701, the clerk will read.
Representative Charles Smith, Blackwell, Wheatley, and Colvin, House Bill 701, a bill to be entitled Adopt Lafayette Day. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Cumberland, Representative Charles Smith, you recognize to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 701 would adopt Lafayette Day in the state of North Carolina. This year, 2025, is the 200th year anniversary of Lafayette's farewell tour. May 17th is the date that Lafayette Day would be established. It is the date on which, in 1783, the Assembly of North Carolina changed the name of the area of Campbellton to Fayetteville, and we became the first state in the country to name an area after Lafayette. I'd like to thank my co-primary sponsors, Representatives Blackwell, Wheatley, and Colvin. and appreciate your green vote.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 701 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk lock machine, record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative, none in the negative. House Bill 701 has passed its second reading. Without objection, will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 701 on its third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 701 has passed its third reading, will be sent to the Senate. House Bill 754, the clerk will read.
Representatives Ross, Howard, N. Jackson, and Crawford. House Bill 754, a bill to be entitled Fin Exploit Prevention Savings Bank Updates. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Alamance, Representative Ross, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill comes in two parts, exactly as the title says, Financial Exploitation Prevention and Savings Bank Updates. In the first part of the bill, when an elderly individual goes into a financial institution, or has an account, I should say, with a financial institution, right now, if something happens, and I'm going to just use a couple of examples. Someone walks into a financial institution with that elderly person, and it's a fraud situation, that institution has no recourse other than to give the money to the individual that's there with the elderly person. What this bill does is it gives a pause button for the financial institution. Many times, and when I say many times, this happens every day, somebody goes into a financial institution with intent of fraud, and when that happens, there's just nothing that can be done. This bill gives that pause button because banks, other financial institutions have methods and ways of being able to tell when something is not right. And in the past, nothing that could be done. So this is a good bill that saves a lot of money for our elderly population. I have seen situations where life savings have been lost. And in the case of this bill, it gives a 30-day pause. And if there's an active investigation underway that involves law enforcement or other government agencies, then they can extend it for 30 days. But it will save billions of dollars in lost life savings for our elderly population. The second part of the bill is just simply some corrections and some additional items for the Commissioner of Banks. Very benign, but I'll take any questions.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Scotland, Representative Pierce, arise?
Ask the bill sponsor question.
Do you yield?
Yes.
He yields.
What amount of money causes the pause? How much could a person be asking for or not asking for that would cause the pause?
There's no set figure. Fraudsters they're getting more and more clever every day. So, they try to find ways of stacking or breaking money up. But there are a number of ways that this can be picked up and become suspicious. And when that happens, most of these cases are very evident when they happen. Financial institutions, I myself have seen a situation where this happened. And, it was right in front of me. I knew it was happening, but there was really nothing in the end that I could do. There was no time limit. There's nothing more heartbreaking than seeing an elderly individual lose their life savings because of some fraud that's perpetrated, against them and their finances. It's in the billions of dollars. It happens every day. It's small amounts, large amounts. In some cases, it can be as small as $4,000 or $5,000. In other cases, it can be as much as $400,000 or $500,000. I've seen both. So that's the purpose of the bill, is to try to help protect our elderly population.
Thank you. Just to speak to the bill.
You recognize to speak on the bill.
It just got my attention with that. When someone goes into the bank with a person, and I definitely support the bill, but I was just trying to see if there's some intended consequences that when sometimes you're with somebody, they might not, if a person's going through some type of illness or sickness and a person's with them, I'm just trying to figure out how you would know who this person is that might have some other motive of doing something wrong based on, it could be a family member, somebody from out of town. It could be some issues that I'm just thinking through it, because I've seen people in the bank with folks who were really trying to help them, and the person was going through things, just say, I don't want to bring up certain, but a family member who's sick, dementia, just problems, health problems, and the person really trying to help them. Am I on the wrong piece with this? But if I am, I take my seat, but I'm just trying to figure, looking at that, your concept of the bill. But I support the bill, but I'm just trying to figure and make sure there's not something that would just kind of profile a person. Just, if you don't mind, Representative, just want to ask.
Representative Ross, you're recognized to answer that question.
All right, thank you. Actually, there's a piece in the bill that expands. The way it works now is when you open an account, you'll have what they call a trusted advisor, which is typically many times a family member. That is being expanded now to include a lot of other fiduciaries. Some can be joint owners in the account. It can be beneficiaries in the account. It can be individuals or fiduciaries appointed by a court or a government agency, and also other family members. So there are multiple ways now to verify if the transaction is legitimate. And that's the purpose for that part of the bill. Just, we don't want any situations where it's legitimate and it gets stalled. So there are multiple ways now that it can be verified.
For what purpose does the lady from Surrey, Representative Stevens, arise?
To speak on the bill.
You recognize to speak on the bill.
And I'm going to specifically speak to Representative Pierce. I'm going to give you a couple of examples of something that I personally saw. It was an elderly man who had a power of attorney, and his son was going in, the power of attorney was going into the bank regularly and getting money, and the bank got suspicious and said, we're not going to give you any more money till you bring him. So he would bring him in through the drive-through, and the bank still got suspicious and said he has to come in. The son took him into the bank in an adult diaper and nothing else to get money, and he had a valid power of attorney. That's a clear example of exploiting an elderly person.
Thank you, Representative Stevens. Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 754 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Thank you. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 111 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 754 is passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 754 on its third reading. All in favor will say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 754 has passed its third reading and will be sent to the Senate. House Bill 781, the clerk will read.
Representatives Biggs, N. Jackson, Balcom, and Sheetselt, House Bill 781, a bill to be entitled Unauthorized Public Camping and Sleeping. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Randolph, Representative Biggs, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To start with, this House Bill 781, I'm honored to bring it here today. Some of the misconceptions, I want to start out by clearing those up. This bill does not criminalize homelessness. It addresses unauthorized public property, camping, and sleeping without prohibiting homelessness itself. It creates clear guidance for maintaining public safety and sanitation and access to human services. It allows designated areas under safe, regulated conditions for temporary camping when shelter beds are available. It allows, that's the key word, is allows there. And if you do allow this, you have to implement safety and security. You have to maintain restrooms and water. You have to provide access to behavioral health services, and you have to prohibit drugs and alcohol. Local governments are encouraged to, if they don't have adequate shelter space before having this designated area, then they can apply this designated area. If there's no open shelter beds in the local government, they can designate temporary safe camping and housing. What I'm saying here today is we've had many municipalities reach out to us here today, and I've talked to many of you on both sides of the aisle. And guys, this is not a red or a blue thing. This is a North Carolina thing. Today we have over 11,000 homeless. We have over 4,500 unsheltered. And today, is this bill perfect? As I said in committee today, we have the new shot. You know, everybody wants to take the Ozempic shot and they want to lose 100 pounds. Okay, this is not the Ozempic shot. You're not going to fix homelessness today, but this is a step in the right direction, and when you do it, it encourages towns and municipalities, if they are going to have certified sites, to make sure they do it with dignity. So we can kick the can down the road, as I thought about as we, you know, some people want to kick it down the road 2 years, 5 years, but how long are we going to wait until we deal with our homeless population and our unhoused? We need to deal with it now. We need to give guidance. We have cities and municipalities from no fault of their own that do not have guidance. I spoke to a lot of them off record. They have no idea. They don't have homeless shelters, so they're picking up homeless. Sometimes they're transporting them to other towns and cities. And I said, is that legal? And they're like, well, we're not 100% sure, but we don't currently have any homeless shelters. And what this bill does, though, it gives each town and municipality the authorization to do what's best for them. It does not mandate anything. And this bill is not intended to criminalize or put civil penalties on towns. It's this intent of this bill is to have towns and municipalities make a decision and have guidance. They're looking for guidance. Please give it to them. Thank you for your green vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Lopez, arise?
To speak to the bill.
You're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having a place to call home is about as vital to life as having access to food or water or good health, and in some cases it may be the prerequisite to getting all three. So instead of doing anything to get us closer to a place where homelessness is a thing of the past, we're continuing a growing trend of criminalizing it. And I appreciate the bill sponsor's intent behind this bill, but that unfortunately is the impact of this bill. It's not a misconception. House Bill 781 will require local governments to not only punish those who are unhoused, but in a state where affordable housing remains increasingly harder to find, it's contributing to a rising homeless rate. It basically requires local governments to push away or outright hide unhoused people as well. And at a time where local governments are having to balance dozens of priorities at a time, scraping together budgets to do so, we're asking them to spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to, again, criminalize and hide homelessness. This is a bad policy that costs even more money and gets us no closer to solving the underlying issue at hand, and I urge you all to vote no. Thank you.
For what purpose does the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Bud, arise?
To speak to the bill.
You're recognized to speak on the bill.
So first of all, I am going to point out again, the bill specifically states this is not criminalizing being homeless. And the bill does attempt to strike at least a balance between the needs of those who live in a community, who have homes, and those who do not. It falls short in a lot of ways, but it took an act of courage to actually put out there, maybe this is a solution that we should consider. Because doing nothing is not an option. The solutions we're currently trying to employ in our communities across the state are either ineffectual or not meeting the needs of those they are seeking to house. It's a complicated problem. It is not a one-size-fits-all solution, and it's incredibly expensive. That's the one big problem with the bill, is the expense, but I think we need to actually stop and pause for a moment and acknowledge that. The expense. It is expensive to take care of people who need help, who are vulnerable, who have mental health conditions, who have substance abuse disorders, who simply cannot fathom what it would be like to actually live in a house where when you turn the lights on, they come on, and when you turn the water turns on. That's a really big deal. So we need to start with the premise that every person deserves a home, and we need to give a huge shout out to our advocates who work with our communities that are unhoused and meet them where they are to see what their needs are, and they speak to us continually. We need to listen to them. They do good work, and they know what they're talking about. But we also, here in the General Assembly, need to do our job, which is also to acknowledge the problem exists. And for us to begin to assist those who are doing the hard work on the streets and the advocacy groups, we're going to have to write a check. We cannot ask our local governments to foot this bill, because when we do that, you know where they get that money? They get it out of the pockets of the taxpayers living in their communities. And most of those citizens can't afford that either. So we're gonna have to take a really hard look at what the costs are, what the options are, and then we're gonna have to do the heavy lift. So with that being said, I'm gonna give credit where it is due. The bill is a good message to those of us who want to use a lot of words but not write the check to do what needs to be done to make those words a reality, which is to put every person in a home. So it is with regret that I vote no, but it is purely because I don't believe that the burden to do what needs to be done belongs on the local governments. It belongs with us. Thank you.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Abe Jones, arise?
Speak to the bill.
Recognized. Speak on the bill.
You know, I read this about 3 times, and I guess my problem is just what my colleague just said. Almost any city you go to, a large city, you're going to find some spot where people are sleeping overnight. And I know in Raleigh they started cleaning that up recently. I don't know what the city council has done or the county commissioners have done in Wake about this, but I think when we send this type of policy out, we are treating the localities like the federal government oftentimes treats us. They tell us do something and they'll send not a dime to help us do it. I think we're going to have to look at this and put our money where our mouths are. Otherwise, we're just as guilty as the feds who do this to us all the time. Shove it down the line, beat their chest, act like they did something, and they're sending us no money. If we're serious, we should send some money. Maybe we could demand that the municipality or the county do some matching the money. So we could create a pool of money to help this problem, because this is a problem everywhere. Everywhere, all over the state, anytime, and it's probably out in the country too, as far as I know. But I know in the city, this city, it's a problem. And I think that if we're going to pass this, we could greatly improve the bill by putting our money where our mouths are. It's that simple. And it's painful, because it's a painful problem. One other thing about it, I think we all understand that we try to help those who either can't help themselves or have mental health problems, and we want to be responsible. And I think if we go forward, we could do that if we work together. So I hate to vote against the bill because I know it's a problem, but I got to vote against it when we aren't sending any money. And also criminalizing, in a way, the people caught out there. And where do they go? To the jail? Well, county's paying that bill too, because people aren't buying the food in jail. They're not paying for the heat in jail. So someone's got to pay the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. For what purpose does the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, arise?
To ask the bill sponsor a question.
Does he yield? Representative Biggs?
I yield.
He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Biggs. I appreciate your work in this area. This is clearly a problem. But what I'm trying to figure out is why this isn't, and maybe you articulated it and I missed it, but why isn't this an issue that's going to be handled at the local government level? Why are we as a state telling local governments how they can handle the unhoused?
You recognize to answer the
Thank
last
you.
question?
So we make the laws, and they don't have guidance. They literally don't have guidance. I see actually your county. I see what Greensboro has done. They've set up some some housing and things like that, some tiny homes, and they're kind of moving without guidance, but a lot of local municipalities don't have guidance, and I know you're probably very aware of your county, what they're doing there. I think they had the hotel, and now they're doing a different situation. So your county's actually, that area right there is kind of addressing it, but other locations and cities, they really don't have the guidance. They really don't have an understanding of what they can do, and that was my point with law enforcement and town managers in general, really just looking for guidance. I thought this was guidance that we could use to go forth, but to speak to your county, I know your county's doing things already.
Thank you. If I could have a follow-up.
Follow-up?
If you don't mind, Representative Biggs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Felix?
I was also going through the exceptions, trying to figure out some hypotheticals. For instance, like I think of, I don't know if it happens anymore, maybe at Apple, an Apple store when they're getting ready to release a new iPhone, and maybe people are camped overnight outside on the sidewalk outside the store because they want to be the first in line to buy the new iPhone. I'm not aware that any of the exceptions in here would cover that.
Mr. Speaker?
You're recognized to answer the last
Thank
question.
you. So there are exceptions, definitely under a state of emergency. So we know what that is. We just came through one a few years ago. State of emergency, it does that. It does not specify the Apple Store. I do see your point there. I mean, definitely that's something we can look at and make sure if you're waiting for the latest iPhone or pair of tennis shoes that we don't criminalize those folks. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. If I could just speak to the bill for a second.
You're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Biggs. I hope we will continue to work on this to refine it. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I share the concerns that my colleagues have expressed about this, and it does seem that we are punishing the unhoused when there really is an alternative for these vulnerable individuals. So I encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
For what purpose does the lady from Orange, Representative Price, arise?
To debate the bill.
You're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to say that say thank you for bringing this topic forward. I do think that this is a good start to what could be a good bill, a good proposal. But I do have concerns about a possible conflict. I've been trying to understand the bill because in one instance it's saying that local governments can prohibit people from being in public spaces, and then it wants local governments to provide spaces such as encampments. So I'm kind of caught in between, with that, trying to understand that part of it. And but I do want to say I also agree with my colleagues about the putting an unfunded mandate on municipalities and counties if they're able, because you've got aspects in here about for the health and safety of the unhoused, and Again, I really appreciate that, and I'm glad that you looked at that, but how can we help cities and counties provide that? And I have been to cities where they have done something similar to what I think you're asking, where they've intentionally provided space for encampments, for the unhoused, because they realized that someone had to do something. They had to address the need. And I agree with you that cities and this is my point of view. Cities and counties do need to take responsibility for the unhoused, particularly when the redevelopment or expansion in these areas is pushing people that once were, for example, in the woods, living in the woods or whatnot, and it's now becoming a condo, that cities and counties do need to take responsibility for the unhoused and how they're now being forced out. So again, I appreciate this bill. I'd love to work with you on it. To perfect it, but I'll probably be voting against it because there's some things in it that I just don't quite understand, and I just think it needs some refinement. But I do think it's a good start. Thank you.
For what purpose does the lady from Surrey, Representative Stevens, arise?
To speak on the bill.
You're recognized to speak on the bill.
I just want to answer a few questions that have sort of been raised because I did spend quite a bit of time with Representative Biggs on this bill as it was coming through our committee. One, to Representative Harrison's point, there is a provision in here that talks about temporary camping or a little overnight camping. It's clear in there that it's the intent to make it your residence, to be storing things there, to have all your personal belongings there. That's enclosed in the definition. The second thing I want to say is the U.S. Supreme Court said there's not a specific right to housing on a public property. That was supporting a ban in Oregon, but it said there's no constitutional right to housing to living on a public park, a public property. So what this does is encompasses that and said, you don't have a right to live on public property. But if a city or county wishes to establish a place for people to live, they need to at least provide sanitation. They need to provide a space, and to give them some guidelines. Is this an unfunded mandate? No, because the problems already exist. One of the things, I've been involved with our homeless shelter in Surrey County for a long time, and one thing we find is that people don't want to be housed. A lot of these people choose not to be housed. Our mayor went around and talked to, he said 80 or 90 people he started finding on our street. And he said 2 of them really wanted to change their lives. Only 2 of them really wanted, the rest of them wanted to be left alone. Whether it's alcohol, substance abuse problem. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. If they don't want the help, you can't help them. Because we have a shelter there that helps you, gives you up to 6 months to work on getting on your feet, get a job. They have certain rules and regulations. And then people fell out of the program because they don't want to change their lives. So we're not creating new problems with this. These are the problems the cities and counties are already facing. We're just trying to say, here's some things that you could do if you want to. Rather than just let people camp on the side of the street, give them a place they can go. Give them a place they can go camp if that's what they choose to do. But make sure they got a little sanitation. They got a little place to go to the bathroom. This is an attempt to start moving forward and getting the cities and counties to say, yes, this is an issue. We're going to have to deal with it. We didn't create the problem on the state level. It's not up to us to fix it. Each of the cities and counties are going to have to do their own thing.
For what purpose does the lady from New Hanover, Representative Butler, arise?
To speak on the bill, please.
You recognize to speak on the bill.
Well, you know, obviously homelessness is an issue that we all care about, and it is a very tough and complex issue. If it were easy to solve, I think we would have solved it. So kudos to you for even attempting it, right? And I think it's also kind of curious that we're calling it camping. I think we do that because we don't have any other way to refer to it. These people are not camping, they're living, right? I mean, they have no alternative. They are unhoused. But when we call it camping, it sounds like they're up at Boone hiking and looking at waterfalls, and that's not what it is. They're living in desperation. And the truth is, when you talk to homeless people, I just don't believe that people want to be homeless. I think when you have those conversations, there might be a handful of folks who don't want to live in by the rules in a shelter because they're addicted, or they have mental illness, or those shelters are unsafe. People get robbed. So I think it's a misnomer to say people don't want to be housed. They don't want to be housed in dangerous circumstances. And unfortunately, if they have substance abuse, they want to use. So I read this bill and I hope for a solution, and I see an attempt, but I'm left with more questions really than answers. So for starters, I can't fathom how a municipality is going to enforce this bill. We say they're not criminalizing it. We're not criminalizing it, but yet local authorities are going to have to shuffle people off somewhere if they can't be on public spaces. So I don't know how they're going to enforce that part of the bill. The other thing I don't understand, there's a reference there to people who are regularly engaging in camping, for lack of a better word. Well, what does that mean? Regularly engage. Is that every day, every other day, 2 times a week? I don't know. Then there's a provision that says that a municipality can create this space that we're talking about for a period of 1 year. And they must provide restrooms and running water, which I agree is a good idea. We don't want unsanitary situations. But then what happens after that year? Are they going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars creating this space and then have to abandon it? I don't understand what we're doing after the year. Then there's a provision that says that it cannot negatively affect the property value of adjacent properties. Well, who's going to determine that? Who's going to do these valuations? And then it also says, and it cannot endanger children. So what does that mean? It can't be near a school, or who's going to say whether children are in danger? So regrettably, I am left with more questions than answers. I have no doubt about your intention, Representative. I think that is clear. You are well-intentioned with this bill, but I think homelessness, being unhoused, is a very tough issue, and people in that advocacy space have been trying to figure it out. And until we commit the dollars and the resources to solve some of the underlying challenges, I don't think we're going to get there, and I think this bill is going to impede our progress on tackling homelessness. I don't think it's going to facilitate it. So, thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 781 on its second reading. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Jones, aye. Hall, aye. The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 68 having voted in the affirmative and 42 in the negative. House Bill 781 has passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The question for the House is the passage of House Bill 781 on its third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 781 has passed its third reading and will be sent to the Senate. House Bill 805, the clerk will read.
Representatives N. Jackson, Budd, Stevens, and Balcom. House Bill 805, a bill to be entitled Prevent Sexual Exploitation, Women, and Minors. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Moore, Representative Jackson, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rapid rise in online child sexual abuse material is a deeply disturbing trend that demands immediate legislative action. HB 805, the Prevent Sexual Exploitation of Women and Minors Act, would require pornography websites to verify age and obtain written consent, ensuring the images of minors and women are not shared or exploited online. This legislation is not just necessary, it's urgent. It addresses a deeply troubling reality of a growing exploitation of minors and women in the pornography industry, an industry that too often thrives with no accountability. This bill empowers victims of exploitation to have unlawful content removed from pornography websites and imposes substantial financial penalties on platforms that violate these protections. Children are being prostituted online, and it reaches beyond just computer images. It leads to sex abuse. Explicit sexual images of children, in effect, recruits child molesters and feeds sick, incestuous desires of abusers. In 2023, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received over 36 million reports of suspected child sexual exploitation through the cyber tip line, marking a 12% increase from the previous year. My co-sponsors on this bill have been incredibly helpful in this, Representative Budd, Representative Stevens, and Representative Balcom. I ask for your support on this, and so does the state of North Carolina.
Thank you. As a point of housekeeping, Representative Winslow will be reflected as voting aye on House Bill 781. For what purpose does the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Budd, arise?
To speak to the bill?
You're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you. So I know when this bill first came out, there was a lot of surprise that I had partnered with Representative Jackson with respect to a bill, considering we are on opposite sides of the aisle and we have very different viewpoints on things. But one thing we do agree on is that the exploitation of the vulnerable should not be tolerated. The pornography industry specifically preys on at-risk and vulnerable women, often young women. It exacerbates a gender and power imbalance that already exists in society, and it's largely escaped the ramifications of the Me Too movement. It is silent in response to violence against women. And if you really think about it, it's treated entirely differently than the mainstream Hollywood movie industry. This bill, we have worked very hard to address the power imbalance and empower women to take back what is theirs, and that is images and videos of them. The bill does not interfere with consenting adults who decide to contract for this. That is between two consenting adults, although it does now outline what consent should look like. What it does do, and this is really important, is it says that if you are coerced into consent, it's invalid, and goes so far as to say that coercion includes leveraging someone's economic status, their immigration status, if they're pregnant, if they have a substance abuse disorder, or any life circumstance that might place that woman in a position of being taken advantage of and exploited. The second thing it does, and this is critical, is it gives the woman the ability, even if she did consent, to later withdraw that consent and demand that those images in that video be taken down by the entity platform operators within 72 hours. And what this does is remove one of the most significant barriers to allow women to exit the porn industry. Because one of the biggest problems is the woman's inability to regain control over her online identity, because those images and that film is still there. So by giving her that authority to withdraw her consent and say, no longer, take it down, and in 72 hours it has to come down, we are empowering women and giving them the ability to regain control over their lives or move forward in their lives. The third thing it does is we have given enforcement and real remedies for people who violate the law. It's not lip service. It is the Attorney General's office has said, yes, yes, we can do this. But what we've also done is given private relief through the courts, and in violation, it is $10,000 a day if you fail to remove the film or video or images under your control, or your actual damages, whichever is greater, and attorney's fees. Because if you can't afford a lawyer to go fight for you, you're stuck. So what this does is give women back autonomy over themselves and control and empower them. And so I would say thank you to Representative Jackson for trusting me with something that I know is very important to you. And of course, I've always enjoyed working with Representative Balcom and Representative Stevens on these issues. So I encourage you to vote green in support of women. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones, rise?
To speak to the bill.
Someone's recognized to debate the bill.
I just am rising to say that I support the bill, and I compliment Representative Jackson on bringing it forward, and Representative Budd and Representative Stevens. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 805 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Jones, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 113 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 805 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The question for the House is the passage of House Bill 805 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 805, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 818, the clerk will read.
Representatives in Jackson, Loftus, and Biggs, House Bill 818, a bill to be entitled Birth Certificates for Persons Adopted, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Moore, Representative Jackson is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I know you're tired of seeing me. Representative Dahl says yes. Representative Biggs asked if we could go into the final Jeopardy round, and I kick it into high gear. Birth certificates for persons adopted. We adopted 2 twin boys several years ago, and it took us almost 2 years to get their birth certificate, and that's what this bill is trying to speed up that process. Gives an improved process for gaining birth certificate to adoptees. The state registrar will be directed to provide birth certificates that show the adoptive parents as the adoptee parents without reference to the birth parents of the adoption. These new birth certificates will be made available electronically to the County Register of Deeds, who will make copies available upon request to the adoptee and immediate adoptive family members. I ask for your support.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 818 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Bell, aye. Representative Carver, gentleman wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 113 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 818 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 818 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 818, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 854, the clerk will read.
Representatives Blackwell, Wheatley, Paré, and Sheetselt, House Bill 854, a bill to be entitled Require Licensure of Educational Interpreters, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Burke, Representative Blackwell, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation revises requirements for educational interpreters. It essentially raises the standard to that which is proposed by DPI. My understanding is that DHHS and DPI have no objections to the bill, and I would recommend it to the body.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 854 on second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Gable, gentleman wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. House Bill 854 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is passage of House Bill 854 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 854 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. House Bill 859, clerk will read.
Representative Honeycutt, House Bill 859, a bill to be entitled Local Governance Guaranteed Income Programs, the General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Wilkes, Representative Adams, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 859 simply prohibits counties and cities from adopting or enforcing guaranteed income programs that are not expressly authorized by general or local law. A county or city shall not adopt or enforce any ordinance, resolution, or policy that has the purpose or effect of making an unconditional cash payment on a regular basis to an individual under a guaranteed income program. The prohibition would not apply to a program under which an individual is required to seek reemployment, perform work, or attend training as a condition of receiving a cash payment. Simple as that.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 859 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 69 having voted in the affirmative and 40 in the negative. House Bill 859 having passed its second reading and without objection.
Mr. Objection? Or
Well,
question of the chair.
The question has already been put, so the
Oh.
objection will be recognized, but the lady will be recognized to ask a question to the chair.
I apologize, but I would like to ask the bill sponsor a question before the third reading. Is that possible? Could remove my objection, and would that be possible?
Why don't we do this? Chair will, in a moment, come back to third reading. If the lady wants to go ask the bill sponsor that question, and if she still has a question, let me know. We'll come back to third reading momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
Members, we're going to go back up the calendar to the House Bill 305, which is Representative Bluff's bill, Guilford County Sales Tax Distribution. Chair understands there's a motion to reconsider and then send that bill back to rules so the members can continue to work on that. Chair understands the rules chair speaking to the minority leader on that. Again, Chair doesn't intend to take up a vote on that tonight because Representative Quick is not with us right now, and so the Chair thinks it would be unfair to vote on it with Representative Quick not here, being that he had spoke on it earlier. So with that said, the gentleman from Rowan, Representative Warren, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider the second reading of House Bill 305.
The gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, traditionally when we do this, when a bill fails on the floor, it goes to the unfavorable calendar. And what we do at that time is traditionally reconsider the vote that was done if you voted on the prevailing side, and then move that bill back to committee so the members can continue to work on it as it moves along. And then if ready and passed through the committee process again, comes back to the floor for another debate. So I would ask you to vote green on this courtesy movement.
Further discussion or debate on the motion? For what purpose does the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to speak to the motion.
Ladies recognized to debate the motion.
I thought we had a good vote on this. We heard good arguments before. We had a solid vote that voted against this policy that didn't seem quite fair, that the town of Stokesdale wasn't willing to have an ad valorem tax and yet wanted to take a percentage of the proceeds of the sales tax and other taxes, Guilford taxes. I understand what you're saying about why we might want to do this, but I think it's a bad idea, and I would encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question for the House is the motion to consider the second reading of House Bill 305. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 68 having voted in the affirmative and 42 in the negative. The motion carries, and the bill is back before the body on second reading. And as the chair said, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Rules, Calendar, and Operations of the House and removed from today's calendar. Chair sees Representative Harrison still getting her question answered, so we'll skip down to House Bill 886. Clerk will read.
Representatives Gable, Almond, Sheetzel, and Chesser. House Bill 886, a bill to be entitled AEDs and CPR in Public Schools. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Onslow, Representative Gable, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could we move to one of the two amendments to start?
Sure, we'll go ahead and take up the Gable amendment. Representative Gable is recognized to send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative Gable moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman from Onslow, Representative Gable is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, all this does is remove the appropriation that is in the bill so we can make it before the crossover deadline. I'd appreciate everyone's green vote.
Further discussion or debates on the amendment? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of Amendment A1. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 111 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment to the bill we'll go ahead and take up. Representative Howard's recognized to send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative Howard moves to amend the bill.
Lady from Davie, Representative Howard's recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. This is a really important bill, and it's really important to a member that's here, a member of the House, a good friend of mine, and so we decided that I'd like to run this amendment, and the importance of having an ADE in the building and the quick action of those who are trained to use it. That was demonstrated here in our General Assembly building on April 2, 2009. And whereas on that date, the life of our member, Representative Becky Carney, was saved because there was access to the ADED and there was personnel that was properly trained to administer it. And therefore, Mr. Speaker and members of the House, I'd like to add this act may be called the Representative Becky Carney Cardiac Arrest Act, and on page 1, line 6, by deleting the phrase Section 1 and substituting the phrase Section 1.5.
For what purpose, the lady from Wake, Representative Ball, rise.
To speak to the amendment.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you in this chamber remember 2 years ago when we saw a similar bill, and I'm so glad that Representative Gable and others that worked on this bill were willing to take an amendment to allow us to consider associating Representative Becky Carney's name with this bill. I think she's quite deserving of that, and sadly, though, the reason she was the tragedy that almost occurred on that date. I was not here at that time. I think a few of you were, and I understand it's a very scary date, but Representative Carney has been since 2003 a dedicated, gracious, principled legislator and public servant. And I encourage you to vote for this amendment and allow us to honor her in that way. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of Amendment A2. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Jones, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 111 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. The amendment is adopted. We are now back on the bill. The gentleman from Onslow, Representative Gable, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The idea of this bill, for me, came about. I had a few people kind of talk to me about it, and we all get people that suggest bill ideas, and a lot of them never go anywhere, but I had the privilege to tour my old middle school a couple months ago, and we kind of again, went around the school, and I noticed that my school was fortunate enough to have a defibrillator, but not other ones are. And I played 6 sports in high school, and I saw just about every injury you could ever imagine, and we had ambulances come on the field or the track multiple times. And luckily, we never had to use a defibrillator, but I understand that's a real possibility for some people. And obviously, we want to be prepared for every situation, and I think this adequately addresses that, and I'd hope everyone votes yes on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 886 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 111 having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. House Bill 886 having passed its second reading and without objection be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The question for the House is the passage of House Bill 886 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 886, having passed its third reading, will be ordered engrossed and sent to the Senate. Members, we'll move now back to House Bill 859, Local Government Guaranteed Income Programs, on its third reading. The Chair put the question earlier, but Chair understands now the lady had a chance to speak to, Representative Harrison had a chance to speak to the bill sponsors, and we'll now move into the vote. So, Clerk will read third reading.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
That's where the House has passed House Bill 859 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 859, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, the Chair is going to bring a bill from rules, put on the House calendar. Chair understands minority leaders have been notified of this bill. House Bill, Mr. Clerk, House Bill 569, PFAS pollution and polluter liability, will be withdrawn from the rules, the Committee on Rules, Calendar, and Operations of the House, and will be calendared for today without objection. So ordered. House Bill 959, Clerk will read.
Representatives Blackwell, Hall, and Biggs, House Bill 959, a bill to be entitled Social Media Literacy in Schools. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Gentleman from Burke, Representative Blackwell is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would do two things. One, it would direct our local boards of education to each develop policies on their own, addressing the several items that are listed in the bill, which are designed to deal with security and safety and access by students to the internet provided services at the school. The second thing that it does is it provides that once in elementary, once in middle school, and twice in high school, as a part generally of health-related curriculums, that they would include instruction for students on the potential side effects, ill effects, if you will, abuses that can arise from social media.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of House Bill 959 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 112 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 959 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 959 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and House Bill 959, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, we'll go now to the bill the Chair just mentioned that came into the Rules Committee, House Bill 569. The clerk will read.
Representatives Davis, Eiler, Wheatley, and Reeves, House Bill 569, a bill to be entitled PFAS, Pollution and Polluter Liability. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Representative Davis, the gentleman wish to take up the amendment first.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I'd rather talk about the bill and then do the amendments.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the bill.
And I understand Representative Jones will be offering those amendments. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I know we've had a long day and I know we're all tired, but I hope you'll give very serious consideration to about what I'm about to say and about this bill. As you know, I represent New Hanover County, and I want to thank the other primary sponsors on this bill, Frank Eiler, who represents Brunswick County, Diane Wheatley, who represents Cumberland County, and Representative Robert Reeves, the minority leader, for being on this bill. It shows good bipartisan support. What this bill is really about is if someone who is a PFAS manufacturing, as defined in this bill, which means you make the PFAS compounds from scratch. You're the original maker of the PFAS compound. And if you're a responsible party because that PFAS gets into the environment and makes its way into a public utility, that would be through the water. And that public utility has to spend money to buy equipment to get rid of that PFAS contamination so they can provide their customers with clean safe drinking water, then rather than the ratepayers being responsible for those costs, it should be the responsibility of the polluter who put the stuff in the water that made its way into that utility. I say this because in New Hanover County, as a result of PFAS being put into our public utility, they have spent $82.8 million to date on the equipment necessary to remove the PFAS contamination that got into that public utility. Also, and I say this on behalf of Representative Eiler, in Brunswick County to date, $158.7 million spent by that public utility authority in their county to get rid of the PFAS that made its way into its public utility. In Cumberland County, they are getting ready to take a hit at what is estimated at $92 million for the public utility in Cumberland County to get rid of the PFAS that's made its way into its public utility. And in all three cases, as it stands right now, the ratepayers, not the polluter, the ratepayers have been and are going to be responsible for the payment of those costs. Rates have already gone up in New Hanover County to do this. Rates have already gone up in Brunswick County to do this. And as was said in Cumberland County, it's already been said that the ratepayers are going to be responsible for those costs that they will incur. One thing I like about this bill, and I was so glad to put it in there, is that if a public utility incurs cost for getting this equipment to get rid of the PFAS contamination, and if they have charged the ratepayers, which they are doing now in New Hanover and Brunswick, for the payment towards those costs, and a responsible party is held to be accountable, and money is paid to that utility to compensate them for what they had to do to get rid of that contamination, that the money that the ratepayers paid in will be given back to them, which is only fair. So that means, number one, if this bill goes through, then the effect of it will be no longer will the ratepayers be responsible for doing something that a polluter caused. It'll be the polluter that's responsible. There is an amendment that's going to be offered by Representative Jones. I would yield the floor to him, Mr. Speaker, if it's okay with you.
Representative Jones, recognized, send forth an amendment. The clerk will read.
Representative Jones moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a friendly amendment that just tightens up some of the definitions in the bill. I've been working with Representative Davis on this that just clears up any of the ambiguities that might be there. I ask for a green vote.
Representative Davis, gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
Yes, I would ask for the body to please support the amendment.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 104 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. The amendment is adopted. We are now back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, sir. I would just say in closing that this bill received a favorable report in the Environment Committee. It also received a favorable report in the Judiciary I Committee, and I hope you will support the bill and let's pass it. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 569 on second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Lambeth, aye. Clerk will like machine to record the vote. 104 having voted in the affirmative and 3 in the negative. House Bill 569 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 569 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 569, having passed its third reading, will be ordered engrossed and sent to the Senate. House Bill 981, the clerk will read.
Representatives Sheetselt, Ryan, and Willis, House Bill 981, a bill to be entitled Local Schools Open Enrollment Study. The General Assembly in North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Wake, Representative Sheetselt, recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you to the Chamber for your consideration of this bill. It does exactly what the title says it is. It is about intra-district school open enrollment. I ask for your green vote, and I'll stand for any questions, but thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 981 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Winslow, aye. Torbett, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 109 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. House Bill 981 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question for the House is the passage of House Bill 981 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 981, having passed its third reading, will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, before we take up the last bill of today that's going to be voted on, a couple of housekeeping items on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, House Bill 81, restricted use of vehicle telematics, will be removed from today's calendar and re-referred to Committee on Rules, Calendar, and Operations of the House. House Bill 627, regulation of accessory dwelling units, will be removed from today's calendar and re-referred to the Committee on Rules, Calendar, and Operations of the House. Members, the following will be the last bill to be heard today. House Bill 997. The clerk will read.
Representatives Riddell, Scott, Turner, and Brody, House Bill 997, a bill to be entitled Certify Reading of NC Constitution. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
The gentleman from Alamance, Representative Riddell, is recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, look, a bill on the Constitution. How about that? Can you imagine? What this does simply would mandate that members of the legislature be able to attest or sign a statement to the effect that you have indeed read the North Carolina Constitution and the U.S. Constitution within the last 2 years. Article 1, Section 35 of the North Carolina Constitution reminds us that a frequent recurrence to fundamental principles is absolutely necessary to secure the blessings of liberty. So I think as members, we have probably a little higher calling for us, sitting here making laws, to make sure we have a very good relationship with our two constitutions. So I urge your green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of House Bill 997 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Watford, gentleman wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 103 having voted in the affirmative and 5 in the negative. House Bill 997 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Question before the House is the passage of House Bill 997 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 997 having passed its third reading will be ordered sent to the Senate. Members, we'll go ahead and do notices and announcements real quick, but hang tight so the chair can give an update as to scheduling. Any notices or announcements? We're all talked out. Hang on one second. Let's get a scheduling update for you. Okay, member, just 1 second so everybody can hear the schedule. First, the chair appreciates the members' discipline this week. We went through a lot of bills, and for the most part, the debate remained civil, not any more uncivil than usual. And chair appreciates the members' patience today. It was my goal to get us out of here before Thursday and hopefully before 3 a.m. Because none of us want to be here at that time. So it's 10 after 7, all things considered. For a crossover deadline. We got done pretty soon. Next week, of course, we'll continue and really in earnest begin working on the House budget. So chair anticipates normal votes on Tuesday and Wednesday. So Tuesday, that's 4 p.m. And then, of course, we'll have votes Wednesday. Chair anticipates a light calendar for Tuesday and Wednesday of next week because the budget work will be ongoing at that point. That's it from the chair. Any further notices, announcements, or questions or comments? Seeing none, the gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House to now adjourn to reconvene Thursday, May 8th at 10 a.m., subject to the standard stipulations set forth in Rule 15.1.
Representative Bell moves, seconded by Representative Jones, that the House do now adjourn to reconvene Thursday, May 8th at 10 a.m., subject to the standard stipulations set forth in Rule 15.1. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House is now adjourned.